Hey, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on when you are watching this replay of the World Hypnotism Day 2026 Zoom. There's no such thing as hypnosis. Hypnosis exists only in the mind of the believer. It's pure suggestion training that took place last night. I've just made this extra little bit for the beginning to let you know, don't worry, you're not losing the plot when you get to the end of this video and you think, hang on a minute, he's not actually fully told us how to use Almond's biggest secret revealed for stage hypnosis stuff, or indeed he's not actually told us how to use it for hypnotherapy properly. He did a bit of it and then he didn't close the nested loop, if you think that's what was going on. It really wasn't nested loops. It was more down to my functional neurological disorder, my scatty brain, the weird way I teach things, as you'll see in the bootcamp, and also I cocked up. A bit of a balls up, some may say. But here's the thing. At the end, when it appears to end, keep watching, because I've added on a bit of video footage that I already had on file. Another 15 minutes where I demonstrate, explain and educate exactly what that technique is and how to use it. Okay, good morning, good afternoon or good evening, depending on where in the world you actually are for this World Hypnotism Day 2026 broadcast on the 4th of January 2026. For the next probably about 2.5 hours, we're going to go straight through, so we don't need to have a break, as it were. I'm going to be sharing stuff with you. There's still some idiots posting some stuff, and then the supportive people posting supportive stuff in the notes. Probably easier if you just totally ignore that. Okay, by all means take notes, although this is being recorded for those people who actually are paying attention, want to benefit from the information that I'm going to share. I will send you the links tomorrow. Simple as that. And we've got complete and utter idiots here talking in the chat, but never mind. For those that actually want to learn, somebody shared a file in the meeting. I'm now going to have a look what's going on here, because this is right. We've now got people sharing pictures of stuff that frankly is childish, beyond childish, in the bloody thing. I've never encountered such frigging childishness. Absolute mental. Close it and send links to everyone. I've got somebody telling me just to close it. No, here we go. I'm just ignoring the chat. For those that actually want to benefit from something, fuck it. Right, look, here's the key. It doesn't matter whether it's stage hypnosis or hypnotherapy. This is the thing a lot of people won't tell you. There is no bloody difference, all right? Let's just get straight into this. Those people who say hypnotherapy is different than stage hypnosis haven't got a fucking clue what they're doing. I'm talking to you as somebody who has been treating people for money, taking money off them and helping them change their life for the better since 1989, when I became the youngest ever member of the Association of Professional Hypnotherapists and Psychotherapists, APHP, as founded by Dr. Brian Howard in Warrington in England. I mentioned some of these bits of information not to brag, but so that you can actually afterwards check them out on the internet for yourself, independently research, and check that I'm telling you the truth. And the reason it's important that I'm telling you the truth is because for you to have any confidence or faith in the fact that what I'm going to tell you will help you get better results, you need to genuinely believe that I'm telling you the truth. Because you surely will have had times in the past where you've gone on a course or you bought a book or a training that promised to teach you X, Y, Z. Then you went out into the real world. You may have initially got great results and then things started going wrong. Or you just didn't get the results that the advert made out you were going to get. So you lose faith in it. And by losing that faith and confidence in it, it actually makes it more likely to fail and get worse as a snowball effect. So consequently, the opposite of that is that if you've got confidence that what you're being told is true, and it has demonstrably worked, not just for me, but for, you know, thousands of people I've taught around the world over the past 36 years since I started treating hypnotherapy clients, past 35 years since I did my first stage hypnosis show in 1990, that then you can actually think, well, if it's worked not just for him, the person who's sharing it now, me, but it's worked for all these other people, including famous name television life coaches. It's no secret that if you look on my website, you'll see that for a few years I promoted British celebrity life coaches, the Speakmans, their first ever training seminars, and helped mentor them in that regard. It's easily findable and checkable on the internet that I helped Andrew Newton, the man who taught Paul McKenna originally, to do his first ever hypnosis training courses. Okay, the evidence is there. You can Google, you can soon find that I'm either lying or telling the truth. And when you find that I'm telling the truth, then you can have confidence that, well, hang on a minute. If people like Steve Miller, the presenter of Sky Television's Fat Family Show, has gone on record multiple times as saying the most honest hypnosis trainer on the planet is Alex Smith, aka Jonathan Royle, and that what he tells you actually works, then you can start to think, well, hang on, if people like Steve Miller, who's still appearing on national and international media in newspapers around the world on basically a weekly basis, search his name, Steve Miller, Hypnosis. You'll see he was in the British Daily Mail newspaper literally 2 days ago with a massive spread about how his TV show's coming back. I'm not saying this to brag. I'm saying it because I want you to, one thing after I've shared information with you, which I'm about to do now, is that my website, take note of, is magicalguru.com. That's magicalguru.com. And on there are things that when you read them will seem, I promise you, a lot of it will seem too good to be true. It will seem as though I am talking bullshit. It will seem as though I have made up the most elaborate career resume and CV, claiming that I have helped football teams to get into the Premier League in England. Go and look at the website. I actually name who the teams are so you can check out whether I'm telling the truth or not. Making mention of the fact that I am the only British hypnotherapist who was chosen by USA Today, the biggest circulated and biggest read newspaper in the whole of America. I was featured alongside Robert De Niro and Billy Crystal to help promote their film, Analyze That. There's a reason why I was chosen for things like that. There's a reason why at the age of 17 in 1993, I became one of the first ever comedy stage hypnotists in England to be featured on British national television on Channel 4's cult TV show, The Word. There's a reason why later, the following year, 1994, when I was 18, I had my own 1 hour adults only, erotic hypnotics, it was called, comedy stage hypnosis show, TV show on German RTL TV. There's a reason why I was approached in 2019 and made that 4-part series in Sweden, which I'm not showing you the video now for reasons those that were here earlier will understand why. But you can go and see the footage of that and TV shows that I've done year after year around the world, including my own 6-part European television series on my YouTube channel, Celebrity Hypnotist. Again, I'm not telling you that because I want to get views up there, because I don't monetize my videos on purpose. I'm telling you so you can go and check that and telling you the truth. Therapeutically, I've been linked with celebrities, helping them change their lives. All of this is mentioned on magicalguru.com. So for now, I will just say at the end, if what I've said to you now sounds like I'm bragging, if it sounds like I'm alluding to the fact that, in a nutshell, well, I'm not alluding to it, I'm categorically stating that I am now 50 years of age. I was born on the 13th of August, 1975. I was born into a travelling circus. At the age of 3 and a bit in 1978, I made my stage debut as Flap the Clown, which gave me a unique perspective on how the world works. Because in the circus, the first thing I learned was this. Some of the things that look deadly, like they could kill you, are actually relatively safe. as long as you're using structurally sound props and you've trained for it. Whereas some of the things that actually look safe, a little slip, and it could seriously injure you or kill you. It's actually not all the time, obviously. Lion tamers, lions can kill you. That is scary, okay? But there's some things that look really dangerous that aren't, and there's other things that aren't that actually are. And I learned this growing up. And this, if you like, gave me goggles through which to see the world. And as I grew up, I then started, because I didn't want to be a circus clown, which is what I started doing in 1978. But that led to bullying at normal schools because I was the circus clown's son. So I got bullied. And I wanted to rebel against that. But by that point, I got used to an audience clapping, an audience laughing at the right times. That's why people get addicted to fame or performing, because an audience clapping at the right times or laughing at the right times makes you feel good. Psychologically, it makes you feel worthwhile as a human being. And that's pivotal to some of the stuff we're going to be sharing in the next 2 hours. Because I didn't want to be bullied for being a circus clown or the circus clown's son anymore. But I really did want that like warm hug of audience appreciation that you get from an audience clapping or laughing at the right times. So I wanted to carry on performing. My hobby over the years, by the time I was about 8 or 9, I'd been spending all the money I was earning as a circus clown on buying magic tricks, conjuring tricks. Indeed, at the age of 4, I worked with my dad on the Golden Mile in Blackpool on the front of the Paul Daniels Magic Museum. And if you're not in England, you may not have heard of Paul Daniels, but he's one of the biggest, most famous television magicians of all time, who's sadly no longer with us. And I was helping my dad get people into that exhibition. And the money I got, I spent on magic tricks. And by the time I was sort of 8 or 9, I developed a professional level magic act. So I refused to perform as a clown any further with my dad and said I would only perform as without makeup on as a magician, as I did under the stage name back then of Alex Leroy, as again you can see on magicalguru.com. Unfortunately, what I discovered was when I started getting publicity again, because national newspaper publicity I've had since I was 3 years of age. There's not a year of my life gone by where I've not been featured in local and regional newspapers regularly, and in national and often international newspapers pretty much regularly as well, as you can see on my website, where the proof is there. I still got bullied. I was no longer wearing the clown makeup, but I got bullied because, it was like, well, you won't be able to see here, but you'll be able to see on pictures. I purposely have this shaved, you see. That's why it's shiny up top. On my website, that naturally I'm a ginger. I have ginger hair. And so I used to get the ginger nut. Have you got rusty bollocks and all those wonderful put downs and insults that kids would give another kid at school when they had ginger hair? On top of that, I was also getting it, oh, you think you're something special because you're in the national newspapers, or you were on the radio the other day doing your magic. And it became like a magnet for negative attention, jealousy. But it's all well and good adults telling a child, they're just jealous. That doesn't make the child feel any more safe. It doesn't make the child feel any better, really, which again is another key to what we're going to be covering. So I felt good when I was doing the magic because it was like a warm hug, the audience clapping at the right times, laughing when jokes were told. But psychologically, when I wasn't on stage, I felt like the odd one out and I was attacked. And I wanted an answer. I wanted an escape from the pain, the psychological pain. And fortunately for me, actually, before I tell you the fortunate part, because it was shortly afterwards, I was in England. We have primary school and then high school. I know in America you call them different things, I but in any event, I was I'd say probably about 12. It was just as we're ending primary school, about to move to secondary school or high school. And one evening in fall time, winter as we call it here in England, where it gets dark quicker in the evenings, I went to Queen's Park Road in Hayward, where we lived. It was the busiest main road. And I lay down in the road because it occurred to me that then I wouldn't be seen and the pain would be over. And I lay there. And I lay there for what seemed like forever. But actually, it probably was, less than a minute, because time's a weird thing, isn't it? A short period of time can feel like forever, like when you're in a waiting room to get your test results from the doctor, or when you're in the waiting room waiting for a job interview. It can feel like you've been there for half an hour, and then you look at your watch and only 5 minutes has gone by. But conversely, a long period of time can feel like seconds, like when you bump into a long lost friend you've not seen for years and you go for a coffee and you're talking and you're back there in the moment of those memories, those feelings, those thoughts, those emotions. All of these things, by the way, what I'm telling you are not just true, but they're also keys to how to be a better hypnotist and help your clients or get better results on stage. All will become clear as I give you more pieces of the jigsaw. But yeah, those thoughts, feelings, memories, emotions that are positive and feel good, make you feel good inside, and the time just disappears. And you look at your watch and suddenly an hour's gone, but it only felt like 5 minutes. So it felt like I was laying that main road for ages, but it was probably less than a minute. But it was still strange because no traffic came. This was the busiest main road in Haywood. In the end, I got fed up. And I stood up and I started walking back to the sidewalk, as you'd call it in America, or the pavement, as we call it here. And the moment my first foot touched the pavement or the sidewalk, as you call it in America, I suddenly heard this whoosh, and I felt this massive draft. And I turned my head and I saw a massive HGV lorry, we call them in England. I think you call them articulated lorries in America. Massive, big, heavy. Had I been on the floor still at that time, I wouldn't be here now. Simple as that. I don't personally believe in God. I'm sorry if you do, each to their own beliefs. But as I normally jokingly say, thank God I'm an atheist. But if there is a God, he or she meant me not to die that day. And I thought there must be a better way than getting in that level of psychological pain and feeling trapped. There must be a better escape. And that's when the lucky thing happened. You see, because of my interest in magic, my mum had got me permission from our local library to take out books from the adult library on magic, because all the kids' magic books were below my proficiency level. And so she got me permission, special permission, so I could take out adult library books. And under the Dewey Book Decimal Numbering System, which I believe is used all around the world, where you get those like 739.810. I'm not sure what that is, what section, but they have numbers like that on the sides of books in libraries so you can find them. Well, it turns out that the sports and pastime section, which is where the Conjuring and magic books were, and I'd never noticed this before until the weekend after I was saved from getting killed, basically, was right next to the popular psychology section. And I noticed the spine of a book, and it said How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. And I thought, this is it. Like a light bulb moment. I thought, if I can learn how to win friends and influence people to be friendly, then they won't bully me. That means I will no longer feel trapped and in fear all the time. That's it. That's the solution. And in theory, it would have been. Spoiler alert, though, Dale Carnegie's book is wonderful if applied with common sense from one adult to another adult. That's why it's still so successful and used in the corporate arena and derivatives of it. However, a 12-year-old going and attempting to use the techniques on other 12-year-olds at school, unfortunately, the result it had was to make the bullying worse, because kids are not wired up the same way as adults. That's the simple fact of it. So sadly, that didn't work. It made matters worse. But still, I discovered a new place in the library. And then a couple of weeks later, the actual truly lucky thing occurred. I saw a book called The Power of Autosuggestion by Emile Coué. He's most famous for the self-affirmation, the positive suggestion, you may say, of every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. And studies have been done on his teachings over the years to show that saying a positive affirmation multiple times a day, at least 3 times, sort of in the morning when you wake up, which is called the hypnopompic state, and in the evening just before you go to sleep, which is called the hypnagogic state, and then somewhere roughly about midway through the day, it doesn't particularly matter. It's more about the fact that you set a ritual that you follow, an important seeming ritualistic process. That is a large part of importance as well. But the morning and evening bits, just when you awaken and just before you go to sleep, those are important, because in that transitional sleep period from being asleep and waking up fully, which is called the hypnopompic, and the way to remember which way round they go is hypnopompic has got P and O in it, as in a short version of poo. The first thing you might do in the morning is go to the toilet. So that's the memory aid I use to remember it's in the morning. And at night time, that bit from where you close your eyes, you're aware of what you're thinking of, and then next thing you know, it's the morning. Well, the transitional state is called the hypnagogic state. And if you look at the spelling of it, it's got G and O in it, as in going to sleep. So that's how I remember which way around they are. But the point is, in that moment, that transitional has a letter T at the beginning. That transitional state from consciousness to delta, dreaming, snory type sleep, as opposed to look into my eyes or hypnotized trance, that transitional period arguably is trance, if you want to believe that there is such a thing. And I say if you want to believe there's such a thing because arguably hypnosis exists only in the mind of the believer, for reasons we'll come to shortly. All hypnosis is merely suggestion as such. Hence the importance of Emile Coué's book, The Power of Autosuggestion, which I saw on the shelf that day. And I read it. And one of the things I saw in that book was called the law. In NLP, they have a saying, what resists persists. The idea that you get more of what you focus on in life, okay? Now, this can work positively and it can work negatively. A lot of people think if you go, if you give yourself suggestions like, I'm not going to be poor anymore, I'm going to make more money next year, I'm not going to be poor anymore, that's all focused on moving towards earning more money. And unfortunately, it isn't, because within it, you're giving yourself a negative suggestion that you currently are poor and that it's possible to be poor, okay? Whereas a slight amendment, which is something Emile Coué goes into in great depth because it's clarity of suggestions, a slight difference would be to say, taking his basic day by day in every way, I'm getting better and better, just tweak that and it becomes day by day, in every way, I am continuing to positively move towards becoming richer and richer. Now, the clarity of that is such, and you'll be able to play it back on the recording, is that you're not saying, I am richer, because some of this law of the secret bollocks, right? Rhonda Bryant, the reason millions and millions of copies of that book have sold, and yet millions and millions of those people are still buying self-help books because what's in it didn't work for them, is because it doesn't go into clarity of suggestion. And people started walking around going, next year, I will be a millionaire. Next year, I will be a millionaire. Well, the thing is, your personal neck-top computer your unconscious, subconscious mind, call it what you will, already knows you are currently not a millionaire. And unless you do something drastically different, other than perhaps potentially winning the lottery, the chances of being one within 12 months are pretty minimal. Not impossible, but pretty minimal. So from a credibility factor point of view, it's not going to buy into that suggestion. If anything, it's going to resist it and go, that's bullshit. The critical faculty, analytical area, executive function of the brain become more important very shortly. We'll kind of block it and go, you're talking shit to me, man. Go away. And it's not going to get in there. And even if it did get in, if it suddenly caught your executive function, critical faculty, analytical area, call it what you will, I call it the sort of nightclub bouncer of the brain, if they'd suddenly fucked off on a coffee break for 10 minutes and it did get in, your unconscious, subconscious mind, the program's running there that you're running, that you're not worthy of being a millionaire, because if you were running programs that you were worthy of being a millionaire, you would already believe in yourself that you were progressing that way and wouldn't need to take action to start reprogramming your mind, if that makes sense. So the trouble is, pretty much everybody is walking around with negative programs that have been instilled into their personal laptop computer when they were kids. But not necessarily, I'm not saying necessarily when they were 1, 2, 3 years old. And I'm not even saying like Sigmund Freud said, the formative years are 0 to 7. No, studies now show that the executive function, as it's termed in conventional psychology, but which hypnotherapists often refer to as the critical faculty or analytical area of the brain, the executive function, for men at least, I'm sorry, men, it tends for, this is, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but apparently for us men, for some people, it doesn't fully form until their early 20s. Women, often it forms earlier for them. Now, for some people, it can form by their mid to late teens. But there have been studies done, and I give this caveat because just as there are studies that will show one thing in psychology, there's often just as many studies that show the opposite, which is the oxymoron of this subject. But I draw attention to that because that's also the beauty. The oxymoron of there's as many experts saying it's this, there's as many experts over here arguing no, it isn't, is what you can utilize as we go along and give you more bits of the jigsaw to actually be a better hypnotist and get better results. Because, well, that'll become clear in a minute. So Emile Coué's book, it was the law of reversed effort, what resist persists. As you may notice, I keep going off on one and then coming back. This is not, and I promise you, it's not because I am trying to set up nested loops, as they would call them in NLP, where I start telling some stories and then set another story going and another one. And then, in an hour's time, I'll start giving you the endings to all the stories so that you feel satisfied and that curiosity that kept you interested is suddenly relieved. And then the picture becomes a full jigsaw and you go, wow, I've actually just realized he taught us more of use than I actually realized an hour ago, because suddenly the picture shows up fully. That's not why I'm doing it, although there will be elements of that. It's mainly because I'm wired up wrong, and this is just the way I go. It goes off on one, but it will all, I promise you, by 2 hours from now, all fit together. So Emile Coué's power of autosuggestion. The idea that the word try, well, it's like Yoda in Star Wars, isn't it? Do or do not. There is no try. And the meaning of that being that if you try to do something, the moment you say, you say to a friend, I'm going out for drinks next Friday, fancy joining me? If they say, I'll try and be there, 9 times out of 10, they won't show up. You'll have experienced this in life. It's human nature. Because if they were really going to try, don't use that word, but if they were really going to do everything within their powers to be there, if at all possible, the answer will probably be more like, well, I'm not 100% certain if I can make it, but I'll let you know the day before. I'd love to be there. They wouldn't go, I'll try. That's not committing. If you want something to happen, you've got to commit, you've got to have confidence, you've got to have certainty, you've got to have clarity. And so it is with dealing with hypnotherapy clients. You've got to transmit confidence, certainty, clarity to them, that you believe what you're doing to help them will help them, so that they come to believe it will help them. On a stage hypnosis show, you've got to have confidence, clarity and certainty transmitted, so that the people on stage don't fuck about with you. I mean, the dickheads that were on earlier that we had to boot out, this is electronic, they'd have been on stage with me at a show, they'd have wished they'd never stepped out of line. I would have decimated them psychologically using the principles that we're going to cover over the next 2 hours. It has to be contextual. So, the law of reversed effort, the idea, and this is why you see stage hypnotists, okay, they'll go, put your hands together, and they go through all the squeezing stuff and suggestions of the gluing together and all that. But at the end, one of the key bits, apart from the stuff leading up, is to get people to visually imagine things, because when you say something and a person imagines it, and then they physically feel something change, something happen for real, they then say to themselves in a split second, they may not consciously be aware they're doing it, but what their brain process will be is, the hypnotist told me to imagine my hands were getting glued together, locked together, welded together, bolted together. I imagined it in my mind's eye, and now when he's told me to try and separate my hands, I've tried to, and shit, I can't separate them. Which logically in their head leads them to then in their heads think, well, that means the hypnotist or hypnotherapist says something to me, I imagine it in my mind, and it becomes reality. And it's just happened. They said my hands were locking, gluing, welding, cementing, bolting together, and then told me to try and separate my hands. And the more you try to separate them, the more locked, glued, welded, cemented they become. And I did try, and I couldn't separate my hands. So it must be true. And the moment the individual feels and believes they've experienced the reality of you saying something, giving them a suggestion or a command, them imagining it, and then them feeling a physical reality occur, the moment they've felt a genuine physical change occur, that arguably is the moment that you have bypassed the critical faculty, the analytical area, the executive function, nightclub bouncer of the mind, call it what you will, and that they stop resisting or stop being overly critical, because they've already proved it to themselves. You said stuff, gave suggestions, they imagined it in their mind's eye, and it became a physical, tangible reality. Whether that was that they couldn't separate their hands, or the eyelids wouldn't open, or they couldn't lift their hand up off the table or take it off a wall, doesn't matter. The key thing is, you say something, they imagine it, and it becomes a physical, tangible reality. And I'm going to show you some of those tricks shortly. But that is amplified. I use physiological tricks to make sure, guarantee that they will have a physical sensation that seems different, so that they come to believe that happened because of what was suggested to them. Example, it's probably best if I do that now before going back to MLQA. And that is, if you get someone to put the hands together like that, but then push them away from themselves, and then up above the head like that. I know that's gone off screenshot now, but so they're as far away from themselves as they can, but above their head, and get them to stare up at the back of the hands like that. That as long as they are actually following your instructions, which if you deliver them with confidence, clarity, and certainty and authority, they will. Now, in a stage hypnosis show, you ask for volunteers, because one volunteer is worth 100 pressed men. Somebody doesn't want to do it, quite simply, they ain't going to do it, right? There are ways you could make them, but they are not legal, certainly not in England, because we have a 1952 Hypnotism Act that prohibits using techniques like that, so we're not even going to go there. So in terms of consensual participation, the volunteer is what you want for a stage show. When they're volunteered, arguably they're already hypnotized for a stage hypnosis show, if you believe hypnosis exists. Again, we'll come back to that later. Therapeutically, they've already got a motivation. If they've already parted with money to book a therapy session with you, And to be clear, people have to pay me 50% upfront as a non-refundable booking deposit when they book the session, as it says on magicalguru.com, and the balance is due at least 48 hours before the session. Otherwise, they lose their deposit and they lose their session time, which may sound harsh and may sound like I'm being a bit bastardy, but that's on purpose, because they need to take it fucking seriously. They need to commit, because there's a harsh truth. I'll go back to MLQA shortly, but there's a harsh truth, and that is this. I'm going to use the example of a smoker, but it could be anything. It doesn't matter if it's cocaine addiction, drinking, a phobia. It doesn't matter what the problem, habit, addiction, fear, or phobia is that the imaginary client we've got here has got. But for sake of speaking, I'll say smoking, but you could substitute that for anything. So John, our invisible smoker here, has decided that he wants to stop smoking. But whatever his motivations, it doesn't particularly matter, okay? You might think it does matter what their motivations are. The only ones that really matter is if their only motivation is because their wife, husband, boyfriend, girlfriend, partner, or close friend has been nagging them to do it, then they're not really doing it for the right reasons. But generally speaking, it doesn't matter if they want to stop because it's for health, or they want more money, or because they think it'll help them get a better job. As long as they've actually got to a point where they've decided enough's enough, I am, not I might, but once I've got to that frame set of I am going to become a non-smoker. Now, the truth is this, and you may disagree with me, and that's fine. You're allowed to. You don't have to agree with all or any of what I share in the next 2 hours, but just be aware that this genuinely, sincerely is the belief system I've operated from for decades. This is what I've taught to clients who are getting the results. It's what's enabled me to do what is on magicalguru.com. But again, just because this is what's worked for me and thousands of other people I've taught doesn't mean it has to be done that way, other than you're doing things with confidence, certainty, and clarity. Because if you're confident enough, certain enough, and deliver whatever you do, in whatever way you do it, with enough confidence and belief that it will work, then the truth is, it doesn't matter really much what you do. Because your true sincerity and delivery with certainty, confidence, and clarity will be picked up by the client in such a manner that a large amount of the time they'll get the result they require, because of the key truth of fact that, and we're back to John, our invisible smoker, because John, the invisible smoker, has finally reached that point. He's decided he will become a confident, happy, healthy, relaxed non-smoker. So scenario one, he goes to bed. Before he goes to bed, he throws out his cigarettes, his ashtrays, his lighters, smoking paraphernalia. It's all gone. He goes, I get up in the morning. After I'll have a lie-in. So I'll have had 12 hours sleep. That means I've been a non-smoker for 12 hours. So I wake up, I've been a non-smoker for 12 hours, give myself a pat on the back. I never need to touch another one again because I've decided that's it, that's enough. John is perfectly capable of doing that. And many people around the world do exactly that when it comes to smoking or other things. But when they do, a large amount of them, the largest amount, end up relapsing, or some might say failing after a week or 2 weeks or a month or 2 months. Why? Because quite simply, John, scenario 2, he gets up in the morning, and rather than remaining a non-smoker for life, in scenario 2, he gets up, I am a confident, happy non-smoker, and he goes out, he goes into town, and he bumps into a friend, and they say, hey, John, you're looking good. And they stand there talking, and the friend realises that normally when they bumped into John, that after 5 minutes, he lights up a cigarette when they stood outside. And while they're talking, he'll have 2 or 3 in the space of like 15 minutes. Because that's what John's done for decades. That's John's identity to his friend. And the friend says, John, are you all right? John says, yeah, why? He said, well, I noticed that you've not had a cigarette for like, we've been talking for 15 minutes and you've not had a cigarette. He said, oh yeah, well, that's because I'm a non-smoker now. I gave up. And the friend says, I only saw you last week. You're smoking like a bloody chimney then. When did you give up? John says, last night, went to bed, decided that's it, I'm a confident, happy non-smoker. Chucked out all the ashtrays and all the lighters. And yeah, got up this morning, don't need them. Fine, I'm a non-smoker. And John's friend says to him, John, it's not that fucking easy. Loads of people have tried that. They end up smoking again. It's not that fucking easy. A few days go by, John sees his family and goes through a similar thing. And over a week or 2 weeks, people who don't want to accept John's identity change as well, but also don't believe it can be that easy, offer him a cigarette at the pub and this, and it's chipping away negatively, basically saying to him as a suggestion that this isn't possible. You can't have had it, can't have that easily just stopped. So he ends up relapsing because people along the way will have said to him, John, if it was that easy to stop, why didn't you fucking stop earlier, you idiot? Then you'd have had more money. You wouldn't have had, your health wouldn't have been as bad. And John feels bad and targeted and almost bullied and stupid. And those feelings of self-blame, shame, guilt, regret all start coming out. So the only way to stop those feelings of self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret is to start smoking again, to prove it wasn't that simple and that he couldn't have done it that easily before. So therefore, they can stop blaming him and making him feel bad. Hopefully that makes sense to you, because that is such an important thing. So, scenario 3. Invisible John asks around. He starts laying the groundwork. And I'm not saying this is what he's consciously doing. This could be things that are being motivated at an unconscious level. But ultimately, some thought process is going on where, in scenario 3, Invisible John starts laying the groundwork and telling family and friends, I'm going to stop smoking next month. And the family and friends will start there. It's not that bloody simple, John. The negativity will come then. It's almost as if part of the mind said, we've got to get that out of the way first. So he gets, some people will be supportive, but some will be negative and they might come out with, good luck, I'll believe it when I see it, or whatever. And then somebody somewhere maybe mentions, you should go and see Jonathan Royle, that hypnotist who was on telly last week, or here's his number, or there's the website, or they go on Google and type in help to stop smoking, and up comes, because you paid for the right Google AdWords, your website, and it's got a wonderful page on it about how easy it is to become and remain a confident, happy, healthy, relaxed non-smoker. How easy it is to leave the negative of the past behind and move forward, feeling good, calm, relaxed, and confident inside, and all the other bullshit sales blurb you may wish to put on there. And John sees it and thinks, consciously or at a deeper level, oh, look, these videos of people saying it worked for them. Yes, it might seem dear. This person's going to charge me £500 United Kingdom sterling to stop, help me become and remain a non-smoker. But with the cost of cigarettes in England now being nearly 15 quid a pack, that's like 20, about 30, 35 packs of fags. And if there's a 20 a day smoker, that's like, it's less than a month's supply. And then I save money for life and I've got better health. And all these people say it's worked for them, so they can have confidence. That's the social proof, as it were. Testimonials, ideally video testimonials, because anyone can write something on a website, doesn't prove it's real. A moving video, a video of someone actually saying, hi, my name's blah, blah, blah. I smoked for X amount of years. After one session with your name, I can't believe how easy it was to become and remain a confident, happy, healthy. That is your ultimate sales tool. So Invisible John sees this and books a session, and he has to commit. He has to pay 50% up front. In my case, that's 250 quid. And the rest is due 48 hours before. And also, he has to commit some time as well, because before he comes for the session, he will be emailed these days. Used to send it through the post, but email now. A detailed client questionnaire. Now, this used to be what I called my complete mind therapy questionnaire. It has now gone on acid, which we'll come to later. But this was a questionnaire that asked them stuff about their past, the present, where they want to see themselves in the future, and a whole bunch of stuff. But we'll get into questionnaires more a bit later on. The point is they give answers, and they have to return that to you with the balance of payment no later than 48 hours before the treatment session, whether that's live in person or online via Zoom. It doesn't matter. They've got to have a deadline to stick to. So they're already committing to change. Also, that questionnaire will give you information you can use in a positive manner to manipulate and put them in a position where they have to make the changes, because otherwise they'll feel worse not making the changes than making them. Okay, but that'll make more sense shortly. So Invisible John books the session, comes along, goes through the important seeming ritualistic process, or as a hypnotherapist will call it, a hypnotherapy session. And after whatever winky-wanky, arty-farty, tree-hugging style nonsense is done during the course of the session, they're told to wake up. Everything I've suggested to you remains with you and grows stronger every day in every way. The moment you awaken in the morning, you'll awaken with an inner warm glow of confidence, a renewed optimism to life, a more positive attitude to get things done. And you'll find that those things that used to bother you in the past no longer bother you, worry you, or concern you as they once did. And all the other bollocks you'll give them as you're awakening them and telling them that every time they listen to the audio MP3, used to be compact disc. I remember the days when it was an audio cassette. That's why I've got no hair left. But where every time you listen to the audio MP3 recording, it will be just as effective as if I was there in the room with you. And each and every time you listen to that audio MP3 recording, all of those suggestions will grow 100 times stronger, more positive for you in every way, shape, and form. So-called post-hypnotic command for the future. So he goes through this, you give them their audio recording, and they leave you. And they are now a confident, happy, healthy, relaxed non-smoker. And a few days later, they bump into a family member or a friend. And the same thing happens as in scenario 1 or 2. Eventually it comes up, you've not had a cigarette. But suddenly, this time you see, John's got an invisible force field, we'll call it. He's got a suit of armor here, because when the friend goes, what, you've not smoked for the past few days? Wow. If it was that easy, why didn't you do it before? John can go, it isn't that bloody easy. That's why I had to go and see this professional hypnotherapist. Look at it. Look at the website. You'll see the people whose lives have been changed. And it cost, it's not cheap, you know, it's 500 quid. I had to invest time and money into this. It's not easy. I needed the help of that therapist. You are their permission to change. You are their ultimate excuse, their suit of armor. Because then when the person goes, well, why didn't you do it sooner? They can go, because I didn't know about this therapist. They can't be blamed. They could still have people saying to them, why didn't you do it sooner? But it can't on them, psychological impact wise, have the same negative effect of pushing them towards relapse that the other scenarios did, because they're not to blame. You and the ritualistic process and the commitment you can get them to make, both financially and in time, of completing the questionnaire and going through the ritualistic process and telling them they must listen to the audio recording every night for the next 28 days. So it seems really important. Nobody ever listens to it for the full 28 days, by the way. That's why nobody will ever claim your money back guarantee. I had somebody ring me once years ago and go, I haven't exactly started smoking again, but I did have one yesterday, and I had one this morning. It was like a refund, and I just put on paused and went. This was pre-mobile phone, by the way. This was when we had dial-up phones, and I went, so they could hear me. Deep sigh, and then I went, so how? And it's slightly of a trick question because you only ever told them to listen to it once every night. You go, so how many times a day have you been listening to the audio recording? Now, if they come back and for some strange reason say more than once, your response is, I told you only once. That's why you fucked it up. It's their fault. If they come back and say once a day, you go, really? And do it in that sarky, really? And I've never had it fail that the people then admit, well, I might have missed it once or twice. Or as often happens when they're confronted with it, they go, well, I listened to it for a couple of days and I didn't feel like I needed to because I didn't want a cigarette. But 2 weeks on, I've had one. Well, you should have done what I fucking told you. That's why you paid for a professional, you dickhead. That's why you paid me 500 quid. I told you to listen to it every day for 28 days. Why didn't you? And it's always there. Then it's their fault. And then you can offer them a discount session to get it kick-started again. I know there's some people out there who go, no, I'd give it them free. No, you offer them a discounted one because they're the one who fucked up. But the thing is, most people, they will remain a confident, happy non-smoker because they always could have become one anyway. They just needed an excuse to change, permission to change, and a kind of magic wand, which metaphorically speaking, you as the therapist and ritualistic process are, to remove all self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret from themselves for not having got off their ass and made those changes for themselves sooner. But they deep down, I'm not saying they consciously know this, but somewhere they know. And to be honest, I do think people know it consciously more than they would ever let on. But even if it is just at an unconscious level, they're scared of criticism. They're scared of being told, you failed, you got it wrong. Why didn't you do it sooner? Well, all of that's removed from them by going through the important seeming ritualistic process of seeing us as a hypnotherapist and then having to listen to the audio and all that kind of stuff. Seriously, it really is. That is the key to therapy. It doesn't matter so much what you do, as long as you deliver it with confidence, certainty, and clarity. And the reason for that is, we'll come to in a minute, but back to Emile Coué, the law of reversed effort. What resist, persist. Try, do or do not, there is no try. Well, yeah, I said about the stage hypnotist, use it for, and therapists who want a great convincer, you know, even though they're physically guaranteed not to be able to separate their hands, as long as they put them in this position above their head and push them out far enough, because physically the knuckles not, it can be presented as law. You've said something, they imagine it, it becomes reality. And when they're unable to separate their hands, they come to believe it's because you said something, they imagined it, it becomes reality. When you then follow it up by getting them to close their eyes, for example, and tell them to look at the little point at the top of the head, almost as though it's going to the top of a pyramid. And it's like, it's almost as if, love that phrase, it's almost as if. Use that before suggestions, because then if the person doesn't see things in glorious technicolor, there's people out there doing courses on my functional neurological disorder kicking in there, stopping me saying what I want to say. Aphasia, something like that. The idea that people can't visualize. Aphantasia. Yeah, thank you. That they can't visualize. Well, it doesn't matter unless you say to them, if visualize in your mind's eye right now, X, Y, Z, and they can't, because then that makes them feel like a failure, or it makes them feel like you're no good at what you do. Either of them are negatives leading towards a bad outcome, potentially. If you phrase it, it's almost as if, then whatever they experience, they can come to the conclusion that it's close enough that it was almost like, it's almost as if. And that becomes even more useful and powerful when you follow it up with the phrase, so it's almost as if, and then you can taste, smell, see, feel, or hear everything. Not and hear everything, because we want to leave it for them to decide and focus on the elements that are personal, specific, and relevant for them. So that then as a full, these phrases can be used separately, but when it's put together, it's almost as if you can taste, smell, see, feel, or hear everything as 100% total reality. Final bolt-on phrase that makes it next level powerful: in a way that feels right for you. You could argue that it becomes even more powerful if you say in a way that feels, or you just know is right for you. Because some people are not feely people. Okay? So then as a full sentence, so it's covering everyone, it's almost as if you can taste, smell, see, feel, or hear everything as 100% total reality in a way that feels, or you just know inside every nerve, fiber, tissue, and muscle in your body, from the tips of your toes to the tips of your fingers, is right for you. Now, I'm not going to break down that entire sentence then. What I'm going to say is, when you watch the replay, which I'll send you the links of tomorrow, look at how I said it as a full sentence. Listen to it, because I did pause a bit at certain points and my voice did get a little bit louder. So with that in mind, I'll do it again, and I'll overemphasize some bits. I wouldn't do it this unnaturally normally. So it's the previous example is the one that's how I'd normally do it. This is to emphasize the differences over the top. So it's almost as if you can taste, smell, see, feel, or hear everything in a way that feels or just is right for you in every nerve, fiber, tissue, and muscle in your body, from the tips of your toes to the tips of your fingers. Now, there's different levels of enthusiasm. There's different voice tones going up and down. I don't want to go into that massively because we have limited time. But the point is, little bits of that sentence, like that you just know is right for you, are in a different voice tone, or a different voice volume, or a different speed. It doesn't matter, as long as the bit that you want to be processed, not just as a sentence by the conscious mind, but as a separate standalone suggestion or command, or as it would get termed in some trainings, it's an embedded command, because it's not just a sentence, part of a sentence. It stands out because it was said at a different speed, or a different volume level, or a different emphasis. Also means that whatever you said before that sentence, they can choose that it is right for them. It doesn't matter if they saw it in glorious technicolor. It doesn't matter if they felt it. It doesn't matter, because whatever they experience, it's almost like one of those things. You've included the lot. So they will make it, because of the way it's phrased, personal, specific, and laser targeted to them. And that's why I genuinely, in the first 2 or 3 years of being a therapist, 1989, 90, 91, 92, I did on occasion, not very often, but I did on occasion, have people say to me, you said imagine something, I couldn't see anything. Or I did, and you said it was going to be in bright, glorious technicolor, and it was all in black and white. Now, I know NLP would teach us that we should find out about each of our clients individually. But what I found over the years is a few things. Number one, clients don't know what they fucking want or need. Number two, they lie often. Or number three, they haven't got a clue. So if we can cover everything so that they attach importance to the bits that are relevant to them, then you don't have to waste time with bloody Milton moral questions and all this other bullshit to find out what their emotional triggers and core values are. Doesn't fucking matter, because you'll have covered them all. You'll have already covered them. If you've covered them all, and in such a manner that it's leaving them to attach importance to that which feels right for them in a way that's right for them, then your success will be increased. I know this goes against a lot of what the hypnosis trainers and schools out there teach, but remember this: how many of them have had a career as long as mine, as successful as mine? I don't want to brag, but I bought my own home outright for cash before I was 30 years of age. And I mean, literally went in with a briefcase with cash, put it on the table, opened it. What a knobhead I was back then. Opened it and went, and they had to close the place so that they could count the cash. Now, I don't live in that property. It's rented out. I live in a house rather than that apartment. Ooh, I don't say this to brag. I say it because I'm not special. Other than because of the weird glasses of life, of growing up on the circus and seeing trickery, knowing that some things that look safe are actually dangerous and vice versa. And then learning about magical trickery. And within magic tricks as well, there is often psychological misdirection used to make the trick seem more impressive. So when I got to the point of learning hypnosis, or what is labeled hypnosis, it was through the lens of a former circus clown, a former professional magician, someone who worked the psychic fair circuit, literally from the age of like 13, doing tarot readings and contacting the dead shows. Psychic News dubbed me the new Uri Geller and Doris Stokes rolled into one. Again, I don't say this to brag. You can see it all on magicalguru.com and check out whether I'm telling the truth or not. Spoiler alert, I am. Because if I wasn't, then I would arguably right this second committing the criminal act of fraud, due to the fact at the end of at the end of this, we're just approaching 9 o'clock. So at about 10:30, when I've shared the rest of the stuff I've got to share, I'm going to make you a once in a lifetime offer. And if I'd lied in anything I said leading up to that point, then I could get done for the criminal act of attempting to obtain money by deception. So I assure you this is true, but check it out for yourself. And in the same way, be very careful what you claim as a hypnotherapist on your website. Because if you can't back up what you're saying 1,000,000%, if you get a competitor who ends up being jealous of your success because of the great new marketing techniques you may start using after we get to the end of today's session, there will be people jealous of your success who will try and put the knife in, who will report you to the Advertising Standards Authority, or whatever the authorities are in your country. In England, it's called the Advertising Standards Authority. And I'm not going to mention names, but until recently, there was a famous television hypnotist, not Paul McKenna, I'll tell you that much. It wasn't him, but who was claiming on their website that a certain men's magazine had stated that of all the hypnotherapists their reporter had gone to, that only the treatment they'd had with that person had been successful. And I thought, that's funny, I'm sure I remember seeing that article. So I use one of these press sites where you can find out. And it's funny. Well, they do praise that particular therapist, and they do. I don't know why they didn't just take the quote where they said they thought this therapist had a great manner about them and they felt better after the session. That would have been a true quote that they couldn't have got done over. But no, they said that the magazine had said they were the best of all the therapists the person had gone and tested out. And it wasn't the case. It was a female lady therapist who was considered to be the best by far. And, well, they no longer have that. I noticed they no longer have that claim on their website, and they were cautioned by the Advertising Standards Authority to remove such, which if they hadn't, could have then down the line led to somebody maybe, making a claim for money being obtained by deception, because it's fraud. You make false claims. And there's no need to make false claims. You can make claims that, if your ethics allow, I'm not saying you should, but you can make claims that are impossible to disprove. I have been telling you that I've achieved things in my career because I want you to have confidence in what I'm going to share with you, and I'm sharing with you. But I could just have easily turned around, as I did in 1989, 1990, my advertising materials used to say, not as they do now, my website blatantly says, I helped Wigan Athletic get into the Premiership when their manager at the time actually employed my services. Different manager now, for whatever reason, they didn't want to carry on using the hypnotherapist. Hey-oh. But at the time scale, I can name them. I have done. I mentioned Robert De Niro, Billy Crystal earlier. I've given you actual names, but there's no need to do that. I hadn't treated any celebrity clients back in 1989 when I started out. So my advertising materials said, because it was Alex Leroy then, it said, Alex Leroy has several years of experience. It wasn't true because 1989 is when I started treating therapy clients. So that bit was a lie, you could argue, but I never finished it by saying several years of experience as a hypnotherapist. The sentence said, Alex Leroy has several years of experience, comma. And along the way has helped many celebrities change their lives for the better, who must remain nameless due to client confidentiality reasons. Slight problem. People know that doctors aren't allowed to say who their patients are or what went on. You don't have, the same way as a journalist doesn't have to reveal their sources, who they got the story from. A doctor, a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a hypnotherapist is expected not to reveal private information about their clients unless they've got express permission, which obviously you have from the people who give you video testimonials. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willingly giving you video testimonials, harking back to what we said earlier in the session. So there are ways to be economic with the truth when you're starting out, because when you're starting out, until it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and then you can name celebrities you've been associated with, worked with, and put photographs of you with them on television, on your website, as you'll see on my website, pictures of me with Kerry Katona when I was on This Morning, the biggest magazine show we have here in England. There are ways of doing it without breaking the law. You let other people come to their own conclusions, fill in the blanks. You make the suggestion and allow them to fill it in a manner that it becomes whatever they want it to be, whatever they need it to be to make that intelligent decision to book a session with you or to book a hypnosis show with you. So back to MLQA. Law of reversed effort, what resist, persist. The word try, implying that if the sentence got the word try in it, that it means the suggestion's there that it's possible you could fail. Because otherwise, why would you have to try? You'd just do it, wouldn't you? If you're going to try, that means that failing to open your hands is possible. But if it's about reaching a goal or trying to stop smoking, the word try implies that it's possible you could fail, which means you wouldn't remain a non-smoker. So that's therapeutically, but back to my life when I picked up that book at the age of 12 in the library. And I was looking for the escape from the pain and the fear and the feeling trapped position in life I was in at that time. And I went to bed having read the book. And I woke up one morning and it was like when I'd been asleep, my brain must have been working on this. And I suddenly thought, what if I use the word try today? You see, up to that point, every day, when we'd started at the secondary school, the high school by this point, a routine had been got into, not voluntarily, it's just the way it happened, where the so-called cock of the school, as they called them in England, the head bully, shall we say, the person who thought he was the hardest lad in the school, would at break time find me, pin me against the wall by my neck, start making all these verbal insults, ginger nut, magician, clown, all that fucking nonsense, and keep turning to their little entourage of, I use the air quotes, friends loosely, the people scared of him, who would then laugh and then come back, say some more shit to me, and then punch me, let go, walk off with all them laughing. And this became a thing that happened daily. But that morning I thought, let's use the word try. Because also in that book, as well as the word try and the law of reversed effort, it alluded to and touched on pattern interrupts, which is the idea of doing something that's out of the ordinary. In hypnotherapy, perhaps it's most easily explained by Richard Bandler's handshake or Milton Erickson's handshake induction. The idea that when you put your hand out, in most countries, this is not the case in all the world. Some countries, it is wrong to put your hand out to shake. You know, I'm talking about England, America, and most of Europe. But you put your hand out to shake it, and people naturally, unless they're trying to make a point, they really don't like you, or they're trying to be a twat, will instinctively bring out their hand, hands connect, you should go, hey, nice to meet you. And that's the normal pattern of life that people have become conditioned to and expect. In the same way, well, I'll come to that in a minute, but that's what they've come to expect. So if, as you put your hand out and they come towards it, instead of connecting and shaking them by the hand, you suddenly go and grab their wrist, turn their hand, and start bringing their hand towards their face, as you say, and as that hand comes closer to your face, so your eyes close down, you have your head fall forward onto your chest, and just relax and sleep, and all done with an increasingly louder voice tone, and quicker, and even quicker than I just did, then that is not what they expected. So it will cause confusion and disorientation. It will arguably cause them to suddenly flick into the freeze mode of fight, flight, freeze, shite, and fall. The freeze mode of like the rabbit in the headlights, going, what shall I do? What shall I do? And then it's too late, the car's hit them. Okay? Well, in that same moment, what can I do? What should I do? What should I do? The confused, the sensory overload, because you're now going, as that hand comes towards your face, that hand, but it's my hand. What's that about? That hand. And then the hand is touching their face, and you say, close your eyes and let your head fall forward and sleep. With this commanding certainty, the sensory overload, disorientation, and confusion all combined with that pattern interrupt of something interrupting the normal pattern of what they expected, that boom, that is critical faculty, analytical area, executive function bypass. One way of getting there. And I was aware of this because, well, I am now, but at the time, I just read in Power of Autosuggestion, MLQA, about interrupting patterns. So I woke up, and I don't know how this formulated. I genuinely don't. I wish I could tell you. But I woke up and I thought, I'm going to use the word try today, and I'm going to interrupt the pattern. And the pattern for the bully was break time, find Alex Smith, my birth name, the ginger fucking idiot, pin him against the wall, say a few insults, turn to my entourage, they'll laugh, I'll turn back, say a few more things to him, then I'll punch him, let go of him, turn to me crowd who'll follow me as we're all laughing, and off we'll go. That was the pattern that had been happening for weeks. This day, it came to break time. And I last minute thought, shall I do this? Will it make things worse? And I thought, nothing to lose. I get hit anyway. So the moment that bully came towards me, and don't get me wrong, I didn't go and try and grab the hand. I wasn't that brave on that occasion, but they did end up pinning me against the wall. But just about the same time that I connected to the wall, I was still able to say in a somewhat probably muffled manner, I went, don't bother with your fucking insults and jokes. Why don't you just hit me? If you're going to hit me, do it now. Go on, try and hit me now. Go on, do it. Try. I had nothing to lose. And that was the first time I ever saw, which you may have already experienced it, and if you haven't, at some point, if you start to observe more, you will. But if you do a pattern interrupt on somebody, or a rapid instant induction, which arguably is also still a pattern interrupt, people will start to get a kind of glazed look. It's like the shutters are coming down on their eyes. I don't mean their eyelids are closing. I just mean it's like they suddenly eyes glaze over, that sudden. because you can tell they've suddenly gone inwards and they're thinking, what the fuck is going on? Because the pattern of what they expected to occur hasn't happened. And it's that moment of disorientation and confusion, sensory overload. It's in that moment, that second, that instant, that you have got critical faculty, analytical area, executive function, call it what you will, bypass. And the suggestion, if you want to call it that, but it's better to say command, because commands get obeyed. Suggestions people can choose to accept or reject. So I prefer commanding. If you go back to the original books on mesmerism, suggestive therapeutics, all right, they called it suggestive therapeutics, but inside them, and in the books on mesmerism and the early works on hypnosis, they all made reference of making your commands to the subject. Because it is about confidence, certainty, clarity, authority. And fuck me, after a few seconds of what the hell's going on, they let go of my throat. They turned to their entourage and they said, and pointed at me, he's a fucking idiot, he is. Don't want to have anything to do with him. Come on, fellas. And they went. Never got hit by that person ever again. That day, I learned the power of the word try. That day, I learned the power of pattern interrupt, disorientation, confusion, sensory overload, and arguably hypnotic commands. And hopefully you will have learned some lessons from that, which unfortunately is a 100% true story. I wish it fucking wasn't. So that was a massive learning curve. I was 12 and a bit. And then I started to discover books on hypnotherapy and self-healing and such like. And that led to me at the age of 14. Well, actually, it was more like 13 and a half, because it was just after my 14th birthday when I passed the exam. So it was about 13 and a half when, in a British magazine called The Exchange and Mart, for anyone who's not in England, who doesn't remember what it was like in the 80s and 90s, The Exchange and Mart was a big magazine. It had different coloured pages, and the blue pages, because there was green pages, they were the garden and leisure stuff that was for sale. I think the white grey pages at the front were cars that were for sale, and then there were blue pages, and those blue pages were the business opportunities section. And in there, in late 1988, I saw an advert from the Association of Professional Hypnotherapists and Psychotherapists. And yes, it is purposeful that some of this gets repeats and, you know, makes reference back to what I said before. And I sent off for the prospectus, because back then it was send a stamp, get a new set of teeth, send a stamped addressed envelope, because there was no internet email. And I did, and the prospectus came through, and in it, and remember this was late 1988, it was £127 United Kingdom sterling, which is quite a bit of money back in 1988. And I sent that money off because I was earning money doing the psychic fairs and all this, that, the other. And in return, I got sent 3 90-minute long audio cassettes and 1 86-page training manual. I kid you not. I listened to the audios. I studied the manual. I then completed the exam paper that was in the same envelope, which meant I could just refer back to the bloody manual and the audios anyway, and sent it back to the Association of Professional Hypnotherapists and Psychotherapists, Dr. Brian Howard, at 11 Birchwood Crescent, 11 Strawberry Avenue, Birchwood, Warrington. That was the address. And waited. And a few weeks later, a package arrived. I opened it excitedly, pulled out. Fucking hell. I've passed the exam and I've got this diploma saying that, you know, I'm a qualified hypnotherapist, member of the Association of Professional Hypnotherapists and Psychotherapists. And I looked again, and there was another one, because it also covered stage hypnosis, the course. Yes, that's right. 3 90-minute cassettes and 1 86-page manual for stage hypnosis and hypnotherapy. And I have my diploma there as a member of the Association of Professional Stage Hypnotists. Yay! Hang on a minute. Surely somebody can't just listen to 3 90-minute audio cassettes and read one 86-page training manual and get given a piece of paper that qualifies them to go out and start treating therapy clients for money and then actually be successful at it. Well, let me tell you, I'm now 50 years of age. I'm 36 years on. I've traveled the world doing what's in that manual. Now, don't get me wrong. I've learnt more along the way. Shed loads, of course I have. And there's tons of stuff in my Elite Hypnosis and Hypnotherapy Bootcamp, which I'm going to give you the deal of a lifetime on in about an hour and a half. But the key essence of those 3 90-minute audio cassettes and the 86-page manual, which incidentally, the manual and the other stuff from APHP is inside the Elite Hypnosis and Hypnotherapy Bootcamp members area. Not because I've stolen them, but because I was so impressed by the success I got from doing this course that when Dr. Brian Howard decided he was retiring, I did a Victor Khayyam, the shaving company guy. So impressed by the razor he bought the company. Well, I have run the Association of Professional Hypnotherapists and Psychotherapists since around 1996, which is when I took it over. And I've amalgamated that also into the United Kingdom Board of Clinical Hypnotherapy, which I am the president of, and the Professional Organisation of Stage Hypnotists. All of these you get in the boot camp anyway, but the point being, those 3 cassettes and the 86-page manual did get me started. I suppose it helped at the time that I didn't know how complicated other hypnotherapy schools and trainers made this subject out to be. So I didn't even entertain the idea that what Brian was telling me, that there might be more to it. And the truth is, there is only more to it than he told me if you want to believe there's more to it. It can be as complicated a subject as you want it to be, as some of the training schools will happily show you for thousands of pounds over many months and years, or it can be as fucking simple. I have literally taught somebody who's never done hypnosis before how to become a profitable hypnotherapist in less than 2 days, 2 8-hour days. And that includes not the hypnosis bit. How to hypnotize someone, I taught them in less than 15 minutes. I mean, how to have a profitable, long-lasting business, which was actually probably a day and a half of the course. Half of it, half a day hypnosis, a day and a half marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion to put yourself on the map, because what you project is what you'll get back, both in terms of credibility and profits, but also in terms of results with your volunteers on stage or your therapy clients. Come back to that in a minute. So, covered Emil Couade's book, How the Bullying Stopped at School. I left school, to be fair, from about the age of 14 onwards, I very rarely went into school because I was getting hypnotherapy clients from the local publicity I'd got. Obviously, I lied about my age. I made out that I was 18 in the local newspaper because I was savvy enough to realise that members of the general public may not think that a 14-year-old treating them would be credible. For the reasons we mentioned earlier, I needed to be their permission to change, their excuse to change, that allowed them to leave behind that self-blame, shame, guilt and regret for not getting off their arse and doing it themselves sooner. 14-year-old, no, that's not going to work. 18, who the local newspaper have given an increased level of respectability by running this article with him holding the diploma, saying that he's just passed this course with the Association Professional Hypnotherapist and Psychotherapist. Different matter. That gave me prestige. That gave me credibility. That gave me social proof. That gave the belief in the people's minds. Now, that segues into... I told you there how I got started in hypnotherapy. Now I'll tell you how I got started in stage hypnosis, because although it was covered in Brian's book, which I forgot to mention what the key bits of Brian's book mentioned, it boiled down that all hypnotherapy comes down to following a 7-stage process, okay? And those stages are as follows. Stage 1, get rapport or get trust from the client. Number 2, sorry, get rapport. I'll just go through the 7 because otherwise me trying to break them down as 7. You'll see me put a finger up for each one. So get rapport, which can also include getting belief and trust using your suggestibility test that are guaranteed to work. So you've said something, they imagine it, it becomes reality, such as the eye closure where their eyes are closed and you tell them to look up at the point on the top of the head. As long as they keep looking up with their eyeballs at that point, almost as if there's a little hole in the top of their head, almost as if a white, bright light is shining through. Well, it's physically impossible to open your eyelids when your eyeballs are looking up at that point. But most people don't know that. And because you carry on and do something else, they just come to believe it's because you said something and they imagined it and then it became reality. Or the locked hands above the head, whatever. Get rapport, trust, credibility. Induce the trance. Do the important theming, ritualistic, hypnotic induction process. Deepen the trance. Ego strengthening therapy. Do whatever the necessary therapy is for whatever issue they've come for. Implant the major post-hypnotic suggestion that every suggestion is every day in every way growing stronger and more positive, and each and every time they listen to the audio recording, it will be 100 times more effective than if you were there in the room with them. Excuse me. And number 7, awaken them from trance. That's Dr. Brian Howard's words, not mine, just to be clear, because Welsh trance can end up being involved. It's not as important as the element of belief and the element of placebo. They are far more important overall. But they were the steps. Get rapport, induce trance, deepen trance, ego strengthening, necessary therapy, implant the major post-hypnotic suggestion, and awaken from trance. And that's the structure I followed for decades. And in fact, to be honest, what that manual included was a script for smoking cessation, a script for weight loss, a script for confidence issues, a script for skin conditions, a script for phobias, and a script for pain control. As I say, all of these are in the Elite Hypnosis and NLP Hypnotherapy Bootcamp that we'll mention later. And what I would do is I'd do this get rapport, the trust, get the credibility. I'd actually use the fingers closing together test. So that's where you get people to interlock the fingers of the left hand against the back of the right hand, fingers of the right hand against the back of the left hand, palms pressed tightly together, thumbs down on top, and then you get them to extend their forefingers and separate them about an inch. And then you suggest to them that it's almost as though the world's strongest magnets are on the tips of the fingers, making them start to pull together and attract together. And then you get them to imagine that you're tying a piece of rope around their fingers and pulling the knot tight. And as you pull the knot tight, it starts to pull their fingers closer together as the magnets attract their fingers closer together. And you basically keep talking bollocks, but that sounds like suggestions, until you see their fingers touch, because they will end up doing, because in this position, unless they keep separating them, sooner or later, the tendons on the back of their hand will get tired and the fingers will naturally pull together and end up touching. And because you know this, you can just keep using waffle bollocks. Your fingers are starting to move together as you use your powers of intelligence. Lovely phrase. As you use your powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration so effectively, those magnets are getting 100 times stronger. And I'm slowly moving my fingers at the same speed, but then, so I'm pacing the same speed as them, and then I might go a tiny bit faster, so I'm leading them. So this becomes a non-verbal visual suggestion to them. And the moment their fingers are touching, which you can see, I go, and wow, look at that. Your powers of mind. And again, you've suggested something, they imagined it, and as far as they're concerned, it became reality. You might then lock their hands together or the eye lock as long as they're looking at that hole in their head. It's impossible to open their eyelids. But we can make it even more impossible for them to do these things in terms of the get rapport, get credibility, get trust stage 1 of the 7 steps for hypnosis success. I use what I have dubbed Almond's biggest secret ever. Now, if you've not read Dame Almond's Green Book or sometimes it's available with a blue cover as well. So whether it's the green cover book or the blue cover book, it's the same bloody book, Hypnotherapy by Dave Alman. Don't worry, you don't need to buy it, because I'm going to tell you the only thing worthwhile in there. And that way you can save some money and put it towards joining the boot camp with lifetime membership at the end of this call. In that book, he talks about pattern interrupts. He talks about it in a hospital emergency room scenario, somebody coming in with burns, and how he'd go up to them and he'd go, "What's your name?" And the person might say, "Sarah." And he'd go, "Sarah, what is it you most enjoy doing in life?" And it doesn't matter what their answer is. He'd press them until they said something. So they're committing in that moment where they're in pain, so they arguably have got critical faculty bypass anyway, because they're the cat in the headlights looking for an authority figure to help them get out of the pain. They're already suggestible. He just badgers them till they say something. So they might say, "I really enjoy playing tennis." And I think it's tennis is the example in the book. And he says, "That's brilliant then. Just close your eyes. Just listen to this phraseology. Just so long as you keep your eyes tightly closed at all times, unless I say otherwise, and continue playing tennis in your mind, remembering times when you played tennis before and it felt fantastic, maybe a time when you won a match and you felt fantastic, on top of the world, you'll notice that that discomfort reduces with each second that passes by. So it no longer bothers you as much as it did a few moments ago." Now, there's a lot to unpack there, so you can look at the replay and see that I've been very careful with the wording, but there's obviously a slight element of dissociation when we refer to it's reduced. It no longer bothers you as it once did a few moments ago. Disassociation implying that a change has been made and that it's reduced. We stop using the word pain. We're referring to it as discomfort. There's a whole bunch of things going on. But most importantly, is it's putting a lot of responsibility back onto them. Just so long as you do X, Y, Z. And it was explained that, well, this gives them something that they've genuinely already experienced in life to focus on, that they enjoy. And that memories that you think of, because the mind, apparently, arguably, they say, can't tell the difference between a mental rehearsal and doing something in reality. Imagined and reality are much the same to the unconscious, subconscious mind. It's just like software running on a computer. So if you can start the software memories running of something you really enjoyed, where you felt calm, relaxed, happy, all the direct opposite physiological feelings of pain, then arguably you're going to move more towards feeling calm, relaxed, and good and all that, and further away from being focused on the pain. And you get more of what you focus on. So if you're focused on the pain, it's going to arguably amplify the feelings of pain. Whereas if you're focused on something else, something that's pleasurable, I think you get what I'm getting at. That was the embryo that, again, I went to sleep. And I woke up one morning, this was well over a decade ago now. This wasn't teenage years. This was like, I think I was early 30s when I had this fucking realization. Up to that point, up until I was about very early 30s, I still occasionally fell into the trap that so many people do in the world of hypnosis. From a hypnotherapy point of view, I started to fall back into the trap of thinking, so I've just seen some come up. I'll mention that. Yeah, I'll do that shortly. I'd fall into the trap of thinking this is going wrong, or it didn't work as well as it could do. And when I started thinking that, things didn't work as well. And stage hypnosis wise, I'd start falling into the trap of thinking, are they deep enough to be a good responsive subject or not? And when I started thinking that, I noticed that I'd lose more volunteers. When I shook myself out of that and went back to what Delavar, who was one of my first other hypnosis teachers back in 1990, taught me through his books, The Hypnosis Bible, which incidentally I was so impressed by. I've got the legal right to supply them to you in the Elite Hypnosis and NLP Hypnotherapy Bootcamp. They're all in there. I have a habit of buying the rights to things that have been business and life changing. Again, I don't say that to show off. I mean, this literally cost me thousands. But the point is, what he taught me back then, I started doing stage hypnosis shows at the age of 15. It was hit and miss. Sometimes it worked really well. Other times it worked okay. And then there were times that I fucking died on my arse. And it went really, really bad. And then I encountered Del. And Del said to me, it's because you get more of what you focus on. It's because you're entertaining the possibility that it could go wrong. It's because you're believing it matters what fucking level of trance they're in. And what he shared with me and what's in his books, together with what Dr. Brian Howard had shared with me, and I'll go back to the 7 stages of hypnosis success before I go into needle, and I'm going to just write that on my piece of paper. Is that it was more important, not so much what I was doing, but what I believed I was doing and what I believed the outcome would be. Because non-verbally, and perhaps even slightly verbally by the tone of your voice, if uncertainty comes across, or fear, or hesitation, that can be picked up on, if not consciously, at an unconscious level, causing resistance, rejection, or just failure. And that's where a few steps come in, okay? Later on, if you go back and look at what I promised to cover, you will see that I have got a list here. I will check later, but I'm on track for us to be done in about an hour, just over an hour. The keys to all success, whether it's hypnotherapy, stage hypnosis, using it for sports psychology, sales, don't matter. They're just ways of using the tool that's hypnosis. And stage hypnosis and hypnotherapy, as I've said, are the same. Although so many training schools will say they're not, because that's part of their marketing process. But also that's setting up the therapist for failure, because, you know, they say, oh, we have to tell our clients, otherwise it'll scare them off, that stage hypnosis is nothing like hypnotherapy. Bullshit. That's the worst thing you can do. When the client, if a client comes to you and says, or emails and asks and says, and this is a hypothetical example, but hopefully you'll get the message I'm trying to give you, says, you're not going to get me to run around like a chicken or bark like a dog, are you? I don't want to be doing anything daft or embarrassing like that. When they ask that, or something along those lines, conventional training schools would say your answer should be, of course not. Stage hypnosis and hypnotherapy, completely different. That stage hypnosis stuff, it's just people playing along. Hypnotherapy is real, it's a science. It's used by the NHS, you know, dear boy. Or dear girl. I don't mean to appear sexist. That is what most courses teach you to do. Wrong. That's a negative suggestion. You know the reason why they're asking and they're saying it like, you're not going to make me bark like a dog or look like a chicken, are you? It's because they entertain the fact or the possibility that you could do, that you may have that power to do, to make them to do things they don't want to do. Now, some of you may come from the school of thinking, well, the truth is you can't make people say or do things that contradict their morals or values. And if you think that, I suggest you join the boot camp as soon as possible, or if you're in the boot camp, I suggest you actually study the sections on hypnosis, brainwashing, and mind control, because Delavar taught me at an early age how to use hypnosis to get someone to murder somebody. And I have under test conditions for TV, as you'll see on my website, magicalguru.com. On Channel 5's The Gadget Show, I used hypnosis to get people to reveal their confidential computer passwords to me, so I could break into their confidential files and stuff. Some of the people it didn't work on. Some of them it did. Now, I was under a limited time period when I did that, so I couldn't use all of the tricks in the book that Delavar had taught me. But the fact is, you can make people do whatever the fuck you want. And you can make them say, think, is it legal? No. Is it Haller's like? Am I saying you should do it? No. But there are circumstances where, with informed consent, if somebody, for example, has got a severe heroin addiction, what I call a high-end problem, that's somewhat more difficult to get off than just putting out a cig and not having another one. Got some people shaking their head. No, it isn't. Let me tell you, I was in a prison cell. I was banged up because of a bullshit, fake-shaped Mazza story in a British newspaper that's now shut down called the News of the World. The full story of that I'm not going to go into, but it's on circusofthemind.net. There's a website that gives all the evidence that I'm innocent and I got wrongfully convicted and stitched up. Indeed, on the 30th, just briefly, I'll mention it, on the 30th of September 2022, I filed High Court proceedings in the Royal Courts of Justice against Rupert Murdoch's News Group newspapers. That case is Alex Smith versus News Group newspapers, which you'll see on the internet, got settled at the end of 2024 when they paid me some would consider life-changing sum of money. I didn't. That's not because I'm egotistical and arrogant. I've just had a successful life, but a substantial amount of money. And in March 2025, as is shown on my Celebrity Hypnotist YouTube channel and elsewhere on the internet, they issued me a private letter of apology, apologising for the actions of their journalists and what they did in that 1998 story. A 1998 story that led to me being wrongfully imprisoned, which is why on the 3rd of February this year, Tuesday the 3rd of February, I have got an appointment at the Criminal Cases Review Commission in Birmingham to deliver 4,000 pages of new, fresh evidence, which was disclosed to me during Alex Smith versus News Group newspapers, together with all the secret video and audio tapes that Mazza Mahmood took, together with photographs and receipts and all this evidence that proves he lied to the police and courts and that I was stitched up, and hopefully that'll get my convictions overturned. But the reason I brought that up was not because of that. It was because I ended up in prison, strange ways. And on the induction wing, you just get banged up with whoever. It could be a murderer, a rapist. As it was, I was banged up with a petty, I think he accidentally robbed something, or it was a minor assault. Turned out to be a really nice person, whose name I nearly said then. I shouldn't, because I don't have permission. But they were what's known as rattling. They'd just been banged up that day, and me. We've been put in the same cell where you're locked up for 22 hours a day. And this person was previously a heroin addict. And now all they were going to get is a bit, not a massive amount, a bit of let's say it again, methadone. However, they still rattle. Sweats, shit. It's not good. Or at least it wouldn't have been good for him like most people, other than I pointed out I was a hypnotist, and if they wanted to, it's up to them, I could make it somewhat more pleasant for them. And ultimately, I helped them get through their cold turkey ridiculously easy, and I'm still in touch with that individual who's thanked me on many occasions for helping them turn their life around. Again, I'm not saying that to sound egotistical or big-headed. I'm saying it because I want you to, I'm talking, I can only speak my experience. As I said at the beginning, the direct opposite of everything I'm sharing with you is also true if you believe enough that it's true so that you deliver whatever you do with the confidence, certainty, and clarity to make the other psychological processes that we're going to talk about work. So I did literally just do with that person a fingers closer together, a guaranteed hand lock, then a progressive relaxation induction, because they're in a fragile state. I didn't want to do a rapid induction. I took them around. I did a progressive relaxation induction. Also because I just knew that tensing the muscles up and releasing them physically, telling them to physically tense them and then release them, that the chances are they would go to sleep. And I don't mean theta state trance hypnosis. I mean delta state snory sleep, which is great, because I thought, let them sleep. The hardest part's getting to sleep when you're rattling. Let them sleep, let them come round, played the idea that I'd told them stuff. As it happened, I didn't. I just let them believe that I'd given them suggestions and they'd been out of it like a zombie under hypnosis. And because that's what they believed, and I delivered it with confidence, certainty, and clarity, that is what their belief system came. So the next time when they didn't go to sleep all the time, I could do suggestion hypnosis. And I just did the kind of bollocks we've been talking about. It's because they believed that there was the key, and because it focused their mind on the possibility that it didn't have to be as hard as conventional wisdom or the narrative of normal life had told them it should be. So metaphorically, it was doing that thing again, removing the self, blame, shame, guilt, and regret from them. So 7-step thing before we get to needle. Number 1, as we said, it's get rapport, credibility, trust. We've covered that. That's where you're usually guaranteed to work suggestibility test. Number 2, induce the trance if you believe there is one. But in terms of that, Brian Howard's book, that's what we're referring back to, gave you a step-by-step script for working from the feet to the ankles, from the ankles to the knees, from the knees to the hips, all the way through the body, down from the fingertips to the wrist, elbows, shoulders, the face, all the separate muscle groups, and telling them to physically tense them up. And you tell them, really, when I mention the area of your body, your feet, now tense them up. And then I'm going to count from 3 down to 1 on the count 1 when I click my fingers. As quickly as that, a snap of the fingers, you'll instantly just let that physical tension go. And at the same time, the knots that you're imagining in your mind's eye, pieces of rope tied together as knots, which are like a representation of the muscles tension at the moment, those knots will untie in your mind's eye and separate and become so limp, so loose, so relaxed, so heavy and so tired with every breath that you take, every noise that you hear, every word that I say, and every thought that you think. And now you might think, why is he doing that? Ridiculous voice tone and breathing weirdly as he does it. And the reason is one I'll come to shortly, but it's done on purpose. It is necessary. They say you don't have to do different voice tones to do hypnosis. And true, if you believe that enough and deliver with confidence, certainty, and clarity to a degree. But if you, there's an element of leading and pacing, but actually it's deeper than that. What it is people having watched television shows, watched films, read books, but in particular watched films and TV. That's the cliche they see of a hypnotist. Look into my eyes, relax. The deeper you go, the better you feel. And the better you feel, the deeper you go. But then when we give you a positive suggestion for life, you're energized. And the voice tone goes up like you see Paul Ganna do on the telly. But then, and sleep. Drifting down, sinking down, deeper, deeper, deeper. Relaxing more and more. It's because it ties in with the cliche that people have already got, which I didn't finish the loop from before, and I didn't do it purposely. But when they say to you, you're not going to make me run around like a chicken or bark like a dog, are you? Rather than saying, no, it's nothing like stage hypnosis, that takes your power away. By asking it, they want to know that you could. They don't want it done to them, but they want to know that you could. Your far better answer is, and this is worth having been here alone if you've not encountered it before, the far better answer is, yeah, I can, but you've only paid me for an hour of my time, and I thought you wanted to stop smoking. If you want to do the chicken and the dog stuff, you're going to have to pay me more money. We need more time. It's up to you. We can carry on as we are, or do you want to pay some more? And of course, they will turn around and go, oh, no, I was just asking. But what it does, it leaves them with the belief that they already had that you could do. So you're the powerful hypnotist that they believed in and hoped for. You're the perfect person to remove their self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret. Give them permission to change, a safe environment to change. Whereas if you answered the other way, it's all completely different. You're not as good as the person they've seen make people do that. So why should they trust you? Right? So, yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that before. So that really is, that I swear, that will make the difference. Because by believing that you could make them do it, but you've also then, so that could scare some people at that point. Oh, shit, I wasn't quite expecting that answer. They were hoping for it, but didn't expect it. But when you go, you've only paid for an hour of my time, or whatever constraints you work under, and I thought you wanted to be a non-smoker when you leave this office. If you want to do that, we're going to have to pay more money. They'll go, no, but in that moment, they also then feel safe again because it's not going to happen. But they believe it could. And that's the key. When they believe things are possible, they become possible. Hence, telling them something, them imagining it, and then them experiencing a physical reality. We do a few things that take them down the garden path to the point where you've got the critical faculty, analytical area, executive function bypassed. So get rapport, induce the trance. I do the muscle thing, 3, 2, 1, and let the physical relaxation go. Let the muscles, the knots untie in your mind's eye, sinking down, and those knots become separate pieces of rope. So limp, so loose, so relaxed, so heavy and so tired. As the deeper you go, the better you feel. And it's cliche. We'll come back to voice tones later, but I do it on purpose because it ties in with the cliches they have, which means they're right again. When a person has the reality and experience of something confirming they're right about something, it makes them feel good. And when people feel good, they are more likely to be positive about the outcome of something occurring. So when the cliched voice tones are used, that fits with what I saw in a film. When they're told, yes, I could make you bark like a dog or run like a, quack like a chicken, but I'm not going to do it because we haven't got time. It makes them feel good because they were right. It's what they expected it to be, and you've got that power. When you do the opposite and tell them it's not possible, or you just talk normally and it doesn't tie in with what they've experienced before or seen on TV or in the films, that can be disappointing and make them feel bad about themselves for having got it wrong, or make them feel bad about you because you're clearly not as good as the person they saw on TV or on stage. So it's all about context, certainty, clarity, conviction. Get rapport, induce the trance, deepen the trance. Well, to be fair, I don't personally give a fuck how deep somebody is or isn't. If their eyes are closed, they pay me the money, and they believe that I say things, they imagine them, and it becomes reality, then I know that it's going to work for them. However, you may want to say, I'm going to count backwards from 10 down to 1, and you're going down a staircase of relaxation. And with every step down that staircase in your mind's eye, in a way that is right for you and feels safe, calm, safe, and secure for you. Because they might come to stop smoking, but for all you know, they're scared of high staircases. In the same way, getting an elevator, you're going down the floors. They've come for a fear of spiders, but for all you know, they might have a fear of lifts. But you can overcome any of these potential roadblocks by adding in that phrase of in a way that feels right for you, but most importantly of all, that is calm, safe, and secure for you. Calm, safe, and secure. It overcomes issues before they ever become issues. So get rapport, induce trance, deepen trance. Ego strengthening therapy. If you're in hypnotherapy for any period of time or around hypnosis, you will encounter at some point, hopefully, Hartland's ego strengthening therapy script. It's in the big, massive red book, Handbook of Hypnotic Metaphors and Suggestions, and various other places. Don't bother. It's a fucking book this big, and it's a waste of time for reasons I'll mention in about half an hour. But ego strengthening is highly important and is the other massive key for reasons we'll come to in a minute. But the short version is because if the person feels good about themselves, good about you, good about the outcome, it's all pointing in the better direction. It removes all obstacles, all negativity, all thoughts of failure. When everything's focused on success, you're more likely to get that outcome. Positive thoughts breed positive actions lead to positive results. So get rapport, induce the trance, deepen trance, ego strengthening therapy, implant the major post-hypnotic suggestion, which on stage would be that for the rest of this evening, whenever I say sleep as quickly as that, a snap of the fingers, as quickly as that, a snap of the fingers, your eyes will instantly close. Your heavy head will fall forward onto your chest. And you'll instantly re-enter this state, except each and every time you do, it'll be 100 times deeper. More relaxing and enjoyable for you in every way. Just nod your head if you understand. Just nod your head if you understand. Yeah, indeed. It's mentioned in the chat. Every one of my scripts, whether it's for therapy and stage, is in the Elite Bootcamp, with explanations on the psychology behind it. Nod your head if you understand. To an audience watching the people on stage, is the zombies nodding their head. It gets a laugh. But actually, these people aren't in a zombie state. And even if they were to be, whether they are or not is irrelevant. If they nod their head, it's confirmation to you. They've heard what you said. They understood what you said, and they'll do what you said when you've told them to do it. And the same thing in therapy as well. It's like yes sets in sales. The more you get them to say yes, the more likely they are to buy something at the end. We're using all the same psychology. It's the same thing. Hypnosis is just selling somebody an idea and an outcome, pointing them in that direction and giving them commands, suggestions, call it what you will, nudges. Now we've got somebody going, don't need scripts. Bullshit, with the greatest of respect. Even if you, I won't mention them, but in chat, even if you just hypnotize somebody, deepen them, give them suggestions you make up in the moment, give them a post-hypnotic, it'll get better or whatever, and grow stronger and awaken them. You're using a script. Get a thesaurus. Your words might change each time, but if you get a thesaurus, the word script can be substituted for structure and order. And when you follow the right order, get rapport, trust, credibility, and belief. Induce the trance, deepen the trance, ego strengthening, implant the major post-hypnotic suggestion, which on stage we've covered. For therapy, it's that, you know, everything grows stronger and more positive every day, and each and every time they listen to the audio recording, it grows more stronger for them. Get rapport, induce trance, deep trance, ego strengthening, necessary therapy rather there, implant the major post-hypnotic suggestion, then awaken them feeling better than when they came in. All of those elements, whether you're doing a stage show or therapy, are present, or at least they should be. And if you say that you go through a process with anyone, whether for entertainment or therapy, and miss out any of those steps, I can promise you your results will not be as good as they could be. And certainly if you're in England, Europe, America, and many other places in the world, it could be argued that you will not have followed proper duty of care and health and safety laws and regulations by missing out any of those steps. Things that I cover massively in the Elite Bootcamp in an area called the Transparency Template, and also the sections called Health and Safety and whatnot. So they're the 7 steps that Brian Howard's manual covered. And again, as you've seen from what I've said, stage and therapy, same fucking thing. On stage, all we do is give them permission to make a dickhead of themselves. We give them permission to let their hair down, and we remove all self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret from them for having made a dickhead of themselves, because they're not to blame. Because when they go back to the audience, having sucked the dildo, shagged the inflatable sheep, or if it's a family show, something a bit milder than that, and the people are going, I can't believe you thought you were shagging a sheep, or you thought the dildo was a lovely, juicy, delicious ice cream. They can go, what? I didn't, did I? Well, they've got 2 choices, because there's a few things that can happen after a stage show. Either A, the person will go, what? I didn't, did I? I can't remember what I did. They made me do it. And this gets them even more attention. Attention is a key that you'll come back to in a minute. Or they'll go, yeah, I know, and I didn't want to do it, but I just couldn't stop myself. They made me do it. Again, it removes self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret from them. They don't have to be embarrassed about it, or they can pretend they are a bit, but they just couldn't stop it. And that gets them more attention from the friends and family who'll say, yeah, and you also did this. Oh, you were something of a star. You wouldn't believe it. You're a great subject. So it doesn't matter if the person makes out they can't remember what went on, or they can, but they couldn't stop themselves. In any event, the upshot is that people will then start telling them other things they did, and they're paying them attention. They are the center of attention. And all self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret and embarrassment removed from them, because the hypnotist made them do it, and the hypnotist created an environment where they could feel safe on stage, where the stage hypnotist says the audience will be laughing with you, not at you. That's a bit of a lie, because of course the audience are laughing at them. Otherwise, what's the point? But by saying they're laughing with you, not at you, and at the end going, these people are the stars of the show. They've entertained you tonight. Give them a huge round of applause. It makes them feel good. And therapeutically wise, It's the similar thing. We're giving them in a safe environment, permission to change, and all the things I talked about before that I don't need to repeat because you'll be able to watch on the replay. Now, why is attention so important? And don't worry, I still have the word needle written here. You'll be glad to hear I can segue to needle after this bit. Attention is so important because of the psychological principles that are the key to everything, hypnosis-wise, and also because of what I call Royle's hierarchy of human needs, loosely based on Maslow's, but more directed towards hypnosis. So, what are these? Well, first of all, the human needs. Every human being, whether consciously aware of it or not, irrelevant, an unconscious or subconscious, call it what you will, personal laptop computer software that's running automatically level, needs to, in order not to have habits, not to have addictions, not to have fears, not to have phobias, to be that elusive, perfect human being, needs to feel loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued. Now, some people would say those sound very similar. But again, if you get a thesaurus and look up the meanings, they actually have dramatically different things. Loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued. If there is any imbalance or lacking, or there's been any severe negative, I'm going to say trauma or experience in their life prior to coming to you for therapy or coming and volunteering for the stage show, it will have, to some degree, if they've got a habit, addiction, fear, or phobia, or a combination thereof, it will be because the lack or imbalance or negative effect on feeling loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and or valued will have had a knock-on effect on one or more of their self-confidence, their self-image, their self-esteem, and or their self-control, aka willpower. Okay, not being funny when I say this, but I got a preview from a book put out this new. Hey, do you know what? There's loads of people out there. I can guarantee that what I'm telling you here, you find me a book where this is laid out exactly, or even remotely close to this, and I'll give you 10 grand, because the only book you'll find, there's the key, are by me or by people who wrote them after I published mine decades ago, who I can provably show basically, without crediting me, bought my books and or courses. Sounds egotistical, arrogant, but I can prove it. I've sued various people over the years successfully for not crediting me as being the person. For example, the Speakmans, the television life coaches, they have out a audio CD called The Key to Your Mind, and the reviews for it on Amazon say how it's changed people's lives. And then one person bought my audio CMT recording off my eBay store and contacted me and said it's brilliant. And actually, I prefer it because of the voice tones and things to the Speakman's Key to Your Mind. But I'm a bit concerned that you've stolen their script. And I wrote back and said, slight technical edge. The Speakmans licensed my complete mind therapy script from me, and here's the proof. I set up their first training seminars for hypnotherapists. The person apologized to me, but you know, that's how it is. I know it sounds like I'm egotistical and arrogant. I can't help the reality of the fact that I have taught more people in the past, fast approaching 4 decades, than who were now actually successful stage hypnotists, filling theatres, headlining on 5-star cruise ships, who've got TV shows around the world. Again, go to magicalguru.com or go to ultimatehypnosiscourse.com. Look at the testimonials. Check out the people. See for yourself. See the television hypnotherapist life coaches I either originally taught or who only became truly mega successful after getting marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion, mentoring and training from me. Which ironically they paid a damn sight more for than it's going to cost you to become a lifetime member of the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, where everything I ever taught those people, which includes people who are now multi-millionaires and television stars, everything I taught them's in there. Anyway, back to the point. So it'd have a knock-on effect on the self-confidence, self-image, self-esteem, and or self-control, aka willpower. If there's any imbalance on one or more of them, because some people, there's a small imbalance in them all. Others, it's one of them that's majorly fucked. The other three are just a bit wobbly. Different for everyone. But if there's any imbalance in any or more of them, it will have a knock-on effect on their self-worth, self-respect, self-love, and positive selfishness. And by positive selfishness, I mean looking after number one so they can look after other people. It's like the analogy of the parent on a plane being told to put their oxygen mask on first so they don't pass out. It might seem selfish, but if they didn't and they start putting it on their child number one, they might then pass out and not be able to put it on child number 2 and 3. So they've got to be selfish first, put theirs on, to be able to be more selfless later. If there's any imbalance on any of them, one or more, it will have a knock-on effect on their sense of self, their self-identity. Short version of identity is ID. Id. Conscious mind is your ego. Ego, id. Oops, we're back to sick mind fraud. Who's considered to be the first Viennese school of psychotherapy. And then the second school of Viennese psychotherapy is Alfred Adler. And all his work is about superiority or inferiority. People feeling superior or inferior, or look at it another way. Feeling fully, if they were feeling inferior, then they wouldn't feel fully loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished, and valued. And there would be a fuck up somewhere with their self-confidence, self-image, self-esteem, self-control, knock-on effect, a fuck up somewhere with their self-love, self-respect, self-love, self-respect, positive selfishness, and self-work. Play it back. I've forgotten one of them now. And a knock-on effect on the sense of self. So their ego and their id would be in conflict. The third Viennese school of psychotherapy is often referred to as being Viktor Frankl, who wrote the book Man's Search for Meaning. He was a Holocaust survivor, and he divides what he calls logotherapy, existential therapy. For those people who say they've got to leave, I will email you tomorrow. If I've not emailed you the link by lunchtime, please message me on facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, my Alex William Smith, and then in brackets Johnson Royle profile, and remind me, and I will, along with details of how to join the bootcamp at the most ridiculous price ever. Yeah, logotherapy, existential therapy. It's basically the idea that a man needs a purpose to life, a purpose to live, and that's why some people survived prisoner of war camps and others didn't. Because some people just gave up, whereas someone's else identity, beliefs, thoughts, feelings, and everything became, they set a purpose. They created a meaning for life, whether that was helping other people be positive or aiming that when I get out I'll achieve X, Y, Z. It's a great book to read, Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl. Anyway, I digress. So if the ego and the id are in conflict or there's an imbalance, it can manifest in a person's reality as a habit, fear, addiction, phobia. It's a cry for help, a cry from their unconscious mind to their conscious to say, something's not right here. If you need to smoke, create a smoke screen, or drink too much to drown out your problems, or take drugs to escape reality, something's not fucking right. You need to do something about it. And here's the other nugget of tonight. I hope you realise the value of this. If you don't, then there's only two outcomes. One, if you don't get the importance of what I'm about to share, then either, well, there's three outcomes. Either number one, I've not explained it well enough, and I fucking hope I have, because it's not rocket science, this stuff. Or number two, you've missed the point and there's no fucking hope for you. Or number three, it's just because you've not joined the bootcamp yet. And it'll all be fine when you do, and refresh it in there. But the thing is this, right, joking aside, that my experiences the past 36 years and counting of doing hypnotherapy, as I reflect back on them, is that without fail, everything I've said so far is true. And all the other stuff I share in the bootcamp, rapid induction techniques, techniques for X, Y, Z, you name it. There's nothing, as I said before, I've taught more people who are now successful stage hypnotists, headline. I've also taught more people who are hypnotherapists, Tibetan mind control experts, fucking hypno mentor, don't matter what name you give it, people who use hypnotic techniques within their business than any other living, and that's the key thing, before somebody comes back and goes, but, you know, hopefully if I live a few more decades, then it will also be more than Ormond McGill and Tom Silver and Gil Boy never taught, because they're all no longer with us. And I've hopefully got another 20, 30 years in me. But at the moment, I'll just stick with the truth, which is I've taught more people than any other living hypnotherapy trainer. Provable by the stuff on magicalguru.com. Go and check it out. More importantly, I've taught more who are actually successful, actually earning a living. Don't have to do it part-time and have another job, because they can charge enough and get enough clients, because they've learned about proper marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion, which is so important, both to getting clients and making money, but also creating that environment where the client feels truly safe and have got confidence, certainty and clarity that whatever process you put them through will work for them, because all the social proof was there, the prestige and everything. So what I've concluded is this. It doesn't matter whether it's habit, addiction, fear or phobia. It doesn't matter how long they've had it. Always, without fail, a few things apply. If they've got a habit, addiction, fear or phobia, then it's because there's an imbalance somewhere in the, or damage done to the levels of loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished and valued. So in turn, there will have been a knock-on on the self-confidence, self-image, self-esteem, self-control. There will have been a knock-on on the self-worth, self-love, self-respect, positive selfishness, and a knock-on on the sense of self, self-identity, which is what is running in their personal desktop computer, their software, their unconscious mind. So it doesn't matter how much conscious self-help books they read or positive affirmations they give, if they don't get past that critical faculty, analytical area, executive function, get into the memory banks of the computer, delete the negative programs that are running completely and replace them with positive ones, then no amount of conscious effort, when the imagination and the conscious will are in conflict, the imagination will always win. Another thing that Emil Coué shared in his book, The Power of Autosuggestion. Hence, when your suggestions, they come to believe that you say things, they imagine them, and they become reality through trickery. Later on, when you make suggestions, they imagine them. Then through no trickery, just words, because the nightclub doorman's fucked off, they can go in and become the new software. And you can have deleted the other negative software by the two ways of doing it. And I suggest you do both. Number one, you've got to make them during the session feel loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished and valued. You need to repair those levels within them so that it can repair their levels of self-confidence, self-image, self-esteem and self-control, so that in turn it can balance out and repair their levels of self-worth, self-respect, self-love, positive selfishness, all the things we said before, so that in turn it can repair their sense of self. It can fill that hole that so many people feel they need to fill at an unconscious level through either smoking or drinking or whatever. It's like there's a gap that they're trying to fill. Well, if you fill that by balancing all those things out, they no longer need to fill that gap because it's not there anymore. So the ego strengthening part, the short way of saying you've got to balance all those royal hierarchy of human needs. How do you do that? I'll come to that in a moment. But the point is you need to. And when you do it, you need to do it in a manner whereby you are using the right psychological principles. And they are as follows. These are what will make you a better stage hypnotist and therapist. Number one, I remember this, the first two are PG of the initials. I remember that because PG, there's PG Tips, which is a type of tea in England made by the Brook Bond Tea Company. And it sticks in my head because PG Chimps, the chimpanzees that did funny adverts for PG Tips, and if you go on YouTube, you can type in PG Tips or Brook Bond Tea Chimpanzee adverts and see them from the 70s and 80s. Fortunately, they then stopped doing them. But I worked with those chimps on the circus. And twice a day, I'm not saying it affected me much, but twice a day, 6 days a week, those chimps, as I'm walking from the circus ring back to the dressing room and they're going to the circus ring ready for their act, my dad and me's path would cross with the chimps and their trainer, Billy Dash's path. And without fail, he'd turn to my dad and go, "Hey, Tizzy," because he was Tizzy the clown. And my dad would turn and go, "Hey, Billy." And in that very moment, that very second, that very instant, when they were looking at each other, one of the chimps, whichever one was nearest to me, whacked me around the side of the head. I got abused and bullied, bad chimps, from the age of for a period of time. It's true. I wish it wasn't, but it's true. I mean, it's worse. At the age of 4, I was playing hide and seek on the circus, and I hid where the public couldn't have got to. But as a person on the circus, I could get to other areas, and I hid under the lion tamer's caravan where a puma was chained up, and that's why I've got a hearing aid. Well, part of the reason. This ear is smaller than this ear because it got ripped off. I've got claw scars down my back. I was nearly dead, but I survived that. So you might say, I won't go into the other things. If you want to know all the traumas I've gone through in my life, look at magicalguru.com. It's on there in my background history. The reason I mention it, Lou, is they're severe traumas that I went through, near-death experiences. Somebody tried to murder me in my late teens. They got sent to prison for it, but it's all on my website. The reason I mention it is, Lou, is because trauma is also one of the things that everybody has gone through. Everybody's gone through it who comes to you. If they've got a habit, addiction, fear, or phobia, they have gone through trauma. Now, you probably sat there, some of you are thinking, I've not been through trauma. You know, I've not been in a road traffic accident. I've not had somebody try and kill me. I've not been nearly killed by a puma. I've not been physically abused twice a day by a chimpanzee. Okay, maybe not. But when people say post-traumatic stress disorder, let's face it, it's just a title. It means post, after the event. Traumatic is trauma. Stress speaks for itself. Disorder is bullshit. They had to give it a name. It's not a disorder. It's more just an after the effect. But hey, all of us have. It might be you consciously don't perceive it that way, but it's not how you consciously perceive the fact that somebody at school maybe said you weren't good enough, or maybe a boss in a previous job kept passing you by for promotion, or maybe, you know, an ex-partner said one little thing that your shirt wasn't hanging right. Things that you look at now and you go, no, that can't have had a long-term impact on me. If at that time you were in a heightened state of emotion, a heightened state of emotion can cause critical faculty, analytical area, executive function, call it what you will, bypass. I mean, it goes directly into and burns an imprint on your personal desktop computer. So you may not even be consciously aware of the programs that are running, which is why it's even more important that you balance out all those royal hierarchy of human needs. Don't waste weeks and months and years like psychotherapy would trying to uncover each and every different trauma and negative program that's running. Just know there are negative programs and concentrate on balancing out all the human needs, because when they're balanced out, the only way they can get balanced out is by overriding, removing, and deleting all the negative programs, thoughts, energies, feelings, and emotions. You will get that as an automatic side effect as long as you concentrate on fulfilling them with those things. So, traumas can also be, this is going to seem ridiculous, but I promise you this is true. Imagine this. When you were young, as I said, Sigmund Freud said 0 to 7 formative years. But for others, it can be teenage years, can be as late as early 20s, some psychology studies say, about the executive function, critical faculty being fully formed. But the younger you are, generally speaking, the more imaginative people are as a child. They play, they have invisible friends sometimes, or they play with a toy. For example, and this is just an example, but maybe there's a birthday party going on. And it's an adult birthday party, but one of them's got a kid. They couldn't get a babysitter, so they give one of the balloons. They give some of the balloons that are on the wall down to their little toddler, who's on the floor, who's playing with them, knocking them, and when they drop down to the floor again, they knock them again, and they're laughing and giggling. And then they take hold of them, and they appear to be talking to them. They're going mew mew, but obviously they can't use proper words at that teeny tiny age. But something in their little environment, their little world, they are talking to that balloon. Now just imagine that to them, in that moment, it's not a balloon. They're imagining that it's a magical fairy, let's say. And they're playing with a little magical fairy or troll or little monster, whatever you want to imagine it is. They're playing with this thing. And then an adult comes by, stumbles and falls onto us, what we would perceive as a balloon, and bursts it, which causes a bang. Now the bang might shock the child into crying, and that's what the adults might perceive. Oh, we burst the balloon by accident, that's why the child's crying. Well, could it just be, I don't know, I can't prove this 1,000,000%, but I'm telling you, this is my belief. And it's the foundation from which I work with clients, which I believe, and because I believe, I transmit that, and it appears to have been working well for me, is that that child might think it's a little, you know, angel, a bloody fairy, a dog that's just got killed, got destroyed. That's fucking traumatic. Their little pet dog's just been killed in front of their eyes. To the adults, the fact that they carry on crying so long, they might even start laughing, some of the adults, because it's like, oh, they're being daft. They should have got over the balloon bursting by now. To the child, they can't understand, but they know that this doesn't feel right. The vibration, the energy, without wanting to sound winky wanky, doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel like they're being loved and given attention and safety. It feels like they're being rejected, and they've just lost their little dog. That's traumatic as fuck, getting burnt into the neck-top computer of the little... And as kids have little incidences like this all the way through growing up. They don't consciously remember them as adults, but they're fucking in there. And those cause long-term lingering trauma that can lead to this gap getting bigger and the need to fill it and balance things out somehow, which goes back to the importance of balancing out Royle's hierarchy of human needs so that they can feel full, whole again, and those traumas get overridden, deleted, and removed. So we just assume they're there. We don't uncover them like psychotherapy would take weeks, months, or years. We just put enough positive in and little processes. One of the best ways to remove the trauma is that the unconscious mind knows it's running those things. The computer doesn't know why the software's on there, but its operating system knows that the software's there on your computer. It doesn't know sentiently that you put it on or what your intent was, but it's there. In the same way, your neck-top computer doesn't know why those negative memories, thoughts, feelings, energies, emotions, and whatever are there, just knows they're there. But it knows they're there, but they're locked in from the perspective of the child in this example. Could happen later in life, but I'm just using this as an example. I will be here all night. I expand on these things in the boot camp with examples and real clients and demonstrations. So I do a very short form version of what would be called inner child work, because I genuinely believe that every individual has got traumas. It may only be a burst balloon or a ripped picture, but that's how we perceived it as the adults watching them. To that individual, when they were the child in the moment, it could be the dog getting killed. It could be their world being destroyed. The impact it can have on them locks in at that point and has the effect on them still that it would have done on the child screaming at that time, but now it's come forward on their adults. No wonder people end up fucked up and addicted and wanting to escape and stressed. No wonder you get people who are constantly sort of in fear, and I know that fear can stand for false evidence against reality, false evidence appearing real. You know, some casually go, oh, you've got a choice, face everything and rise, or fuck everything and run. But the truth is, until you've changed the programs that are running in the computer, you won't escape it. You might stop smoking and never smoke again. But if you've not sorted out the negative programs that are running and you haven't balanced out the Royle hierarchy of human needs, sooner or later you'll get what's called symptom substitution, which means that that imbalance will manifest somewhere else. So you may have remained a non-smoker, but you end up drinking too much instead, or eating too much, because the negative programs are still running. Remove the negative programs, and then symptom substitution doesn't need to occur. I'm not saying it'll never, well, no, symptom substitution then never has to occur. You might get a different problem later in life if you go through a massive trauma, but then as an adult, you can go, might be an idea to go and get some help, because you'll be consciously aware of it then. Whereas I'm talking about stuff you're not aware of as an adult because it happened as a kid. You may not even remember the party where the balloon burst. And if you do, you consciously probably don't remember if it was the dog dying or what. I hope you get the point. So, with that in mind, my short form version of inner child therapy is when they're in the so-called hypnotized state, and I say so-called and do that because as far as I'm concerned, as long as their eyes are closed and they're breathing deeply, and I've told them, just so long as you keep your eyes tightly closed at all times unless I say otherwise, and just so long as you keep using and continue using, which implies that they're already using, continue using your powers of intelligence, imagination, and concentration effectively, as I'm sure you will, then the work we do today together will be 1,000,000% successful for you. Not yet, if you understand, they're kind of entering a therapeutic contract when they nod their head. They're agreeing that it will work for them. And then I would give them a cushion to say in a few moments' time. I want you to imagine it's almost as if, when I hand you this cushion, it's almost as if you were taking hold of a really young you. Yes, it's you, John, when you were 1 year old, 2 years old, 3 years old. I don't know what exact age you are in your mind. And in fact, it may move from being a baby to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to whatever age your unconscious, subconscious mind feels is right for you. You don't know how you know, you'll just know in that moment. Not yet, if you understand. They go, yeah. And I give them the cushion, hand it them, their eyes are closed. So they've got something physical to hear, feel. It's so that they're using more senses. It makes it easier to imagine. Let's say, and you should take hold of the little you, John. Little you. Give them a hug. Give them a cuddle. Notice how much better they feel. They now feel safer. And I want you to say to the little John, the little you, and in fact, say it out loud so that they can hear. Repeat after me. I'm sorry. And they do it. Please forgive me. Thank you. Everything's going to be okay now. I love you. I always have. I'm here for you now. 6 different statements that they say to their imaginary little them. No, I'd say well over 90% of the time they end up reduced to tears. Genuine tears during that process. For which I make no apologies. It's a cathartic release. They're releasing emotion, energy, and because they feel that release, I've said something, they've imagined it, it's become reality. Goes back to the psychology of before. They believe a change has taken place. And it's because it has. The steam's been let out of the kettle that's been there for years. And also that little child consciousness locked within them, their inner child, metaphorically, that was stuck in the, I've got some notes here because of my functional neurological disorder, that was stuck in the sympathetic, in the autonomic nervous system of the body. You've got the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic. Now, the way I remember this, especially with my cognitive issues now, is that parasympathetic starts with para, P-A-R-A, which also is the start of the word paranormal. So parasympathetic reminds me of paranormal, And the key word's normal, which reminds me that parasympathetic nervous system is linked to normal stuff. The key words of rest and digest, feed and breed. Whereas the sympathetic nervous system, the key bit of that is the word pathetic. And the beginning bit's simp, which is sympathy. Pathetic sympathy, that reminds me that it's the fight, flight, freeze, shite, or fawn. The opposite end of the scale. One of them's pleasurable, relaxing things. One of them's painful or traumatic or things, negative things. And what we're doing in therapy is taking someone who's stuck in one of them and rewiring it so that it goes the other way around. That's the change we're making. But the only way we can make that change is to release the childhood traumas. Well, the only way we can make the change long term without symptom substitution. You can get short-term change, as I mentioned before, but then it will manifest somewhere if you've not fully done the software change in the mind. That's why we have to deal with the childhood traumas and balance out the Royle hierarchy of human needs. Do both of them, boom, and it will be life-changing for people. I also remember the word FAR, F-A-R, is a key to what we do, therapy and on stage. F, from the negative point of view, because it's about negative, positive, it's about opposites, pain and pleasure. Okay, and people think that people are motivated to do things to seek pleasure out, that they will get out of their comfort zone for more pleasure. But that actually isn't true. The reality and studies show that when someone's in a sort of comfort zone, even if it's an uncomfortable zone, if it's a comfortable, uncomfortable zone because they got familiar with it, pleasure itself, carrot to the donkey, isn't enough often to get them out of it. You need to ramp up the pain because people will do more to avoid extreme pain and trauma than they will to seek out pleasure in terms of moving, making a change from a static central point or comfort zone. So, FAR, F-A-R. F is for fear, frustration, failure. A is for anger, anguish, anxiety. R is for resentment, regret, remorse. These are things that will hold people back. Obviously, each of those has different offshoots, but they kind of tie back in with what we've been saying about the Royle's hierarchy and whatnot. So we need to get the opposite of that to help them heal and become whole again. So F, forgiveness. Even if it's only forgiving the older you, metaphorically, the younger them, forgiving the older you. Hence, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you, I always have, everything's going to be okay, I'm here for you now, process that we went through. Balancing out the hierarchy of human needs, well, that's done through the structure of the complete mind therapy session. We'll come to that shortly. So forgiveness is F. Acceptance. They've got to accept they've got a problem in the first place to even book a session with a therapist anyway. So acceptance. And R is realization, release, letting go of that trauma, reframing negatives to positives, and reprogramming that personal laptop computer so the negative files, energies, thoughts, feelings, and emotions are deleted positively and permanently and replaced with positive ones. That is the key to it all. So if it's that simple, if it's all that simple, and that's all you need to do, I'm just trying to quickly look on the chat here to remind myself of id ego, super ego. Sorry for nothing. Yeah, okay, yeah, kind of heading that direction anyway, so that's good. What's the missing link if you've not put the rest of the jigsaw together yet? Well, that's the psychological things. The chimps I mentioned, that reminds me of PG. P's for Pygmalion and G is for Galatea. Now, Pygmalion is another name for the Pygmalion effect is another name for the Rosenthal effect. In a nutshell, what this is that studies done showed that if a teacher told their class that this half of the class here were expected to get really good results in the exams, and this half, not sure. But that the reality of the situation was, this half over here, she said, not sure about, were actually the cleverest kids. And over here, these were the ones that apparently academically weren't going to be. That the Rosenthal effect, Pygmalion effect, showed that the people who'd come to believe that their teacher, their tutor, their mentor, their authority figure, or their partner or their boss, depending on the context and environment, or their therapist in this context, believed in them, that they actually got better results than anyone expected. And the people who had this awareness or belief that the therapist, teacher, mentor, partner, or authority figure didn't believe in them as much, did worse than they should have done. Studies galore done on that you can look into. So as the therapist, the perceived authority figure, the expert that's helped all these people change their life as per the social proof, or as the stage hypnotist who's helped people, enter their subconscious mind and become the star of the show, we have to transmit that we believe it will work and that they are a wonderful client and that it has worked for them. The Galatea effect is when an individual themselves starts to believe that it's going to work. So it's the next level from Pygmalion, where they believe that you believe it will work, but might have some doubts. With Galatea, they get to a point where they have no doubts whatsoever. Hey, multiple times he or she said something. I imagined it. It became a physical reality. So this is guaranteed to work. Heck, I looked at their website. There's someone on there who said that they got off a 20-year cocaine addiction. I'm only giving up cigarettes and I've only been smoking them 5 years. That'll be a piece of piss compared to that. I've gone to the right person here. Your marketing, your advertising, your publicity, the promotion creates the environment, creates the mindset for the Galatea to kick in as well. Thank you as well to the people who are saying goodbye as they go. Remember, message me at facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, and or I'll email you tomorrow with details of how to join the bootcamp. Pygmalion, Galatea, the Hawthorne effect. Psychologists studied that when people truly believe that they are going to be accountable for their actions, they are less likely to slip back into old ways of behavior. That's why people often do better with a personal trainer than going to the gym on their own. That's why people who make it known that, they're doing a charity fundraising event and make it public, aside from the fact that obviously they're doing that to try and raise money, the fact it's out there publicly, they're more likely to be held accountable. You, as the therapist, build into your work a sequence of emails. They can be on an autoresponder. There's software these days that will send them out automatically for you and fill in the client's name. And you can have ones that are relevant to smoking. So it seems personal and specific to them. You can also now use ChatGPT, AI. When you follow my course, AI Enhanced Hypnotherapy Diploma course, and my Cosmic Mind Therapy course package, which is 13 different courses that are all centralized around using AI to create 100% specific, personal, tailor-made, bespoke therapy treatment sessions for your clients without it taking you ages. Because why would you spend hours to find everything about your client's history, the key points? You'd need to know what to ask them, to dig to it. So you could go out there and do one course and get one on stop smoking, one on weight loss, one on confidence, one on drugs, because they're all going to be slightly different, the motivating triggers and experiences of a cocaine addict to a spider phobic. So that could be dead costly and take lots of time. Or you could go to someone who's done all the work for you. And I really, really, really have. That noise is my computer because I'm just trying to get here If you are not yet in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, then obviously you can reach out to me on facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, or use the link that I've just put into the chat box, where you can sign up for the Cosmic Mind Therapy course, get 16, yes, 16, don't worry, I'm coming back to information for free in a minute, 16 courses, 5 of which are diploma courses that are approved and accredited by the Association of Professional Hypnotherapists and Psychotherapists and the United Kingdom Board of Clinical Hypnotherapy. These 16 packages are not in the Elite Hypnotherapy and NLP Hypnosis Bootcamp. 2 of them are, but 14 of them aren't and never will be, because they're co-authored with somebody, and therefore I can't put them in the bootcamp because they didn't want to sell their copyright yet. However, if you are in the bootcamp already, fear not, I will charge you less. Okay, so what this means is if you're in the bootcamp already, you can, let me find it, you can use the discount code of Hypnosis, and the link that I've just put up. Basically, you use that, but when you get to checkout, you put in the word Hypnosis, HYPNOSIS. That will only work for 24 hours from this Zoom. Sorry, 48 for those who end up seeing the replay, and then the code will stop working. So you've got to do it before then, otherwise it's pointless. However, this link is there direct. Now, what that link will do is, for a single one-time only payment of £79.96, it will give you access to the 16 Cosmic Mind Therapy courses, which includes 5 diploma courses, 1 in Alien Mind Therapy and Communication Techniques, 1 in Cosmic Mind Therapy, 1 in the Martian Protocol, 1 in Precision Movie Therapy, and perhaps most important, the 1 in AI-enhanced hypnotherapy and psychotherapy. That's for existing members of the bootcamp. You can get access to all 16 of them for just £79.96. They normally retail individually for £127 each, which combined comes to over £2,000. But they sell as a package for £997. But at the link I've just put up that says in chat, existing bootcamp members link for Cosmic Mind Therapy package, you can use that and pay just £79.96 for the next 48 hours, and it'll give you instant access to that. The AI enhanced hypnotherapy diplomas, the most important, we'll come to that in a minute. Why? Because that's one of the final bits of the jigsaw of everything I've been sharing, and I've got to share in the last 20 minutes, judging by my running order. So we will be finishing 40 minutes early. If you are not already in the Elite Hypnotherapy and NLP Hypnosis Bootcamp, then you'd be wise to take a look at ultimatehypnosiscourse.com. And when you do, you will see that, and I'm going to probably tempt fate here now, but yes, I'm going to try a screen share. You will see, probably a cock and balls if it's like earlier, but no, you will see that you can earn 30 world-class accredited professional qualifications in the bootcamp. But I'm not telling you that to try and sell you the bootcamp, although I will say this: if you use the link, instead of it costing you £15,000 to buy all the stuff that's in the bootcamp individually, and instead of it costing you £4,997, which is what it will cost you to join the bootcamp on my Yes Course platform, and instead of it costing you £997, which is what it currently costs on magicalguru.com and ultimatehypnosiscourse.com to secure lifetime membership, no, if you respond within the next 48 hours and use the link in the chat box, or if you're getting this on a replay, then it'll be the link I send you in the email, or that you find above or below this video. If you use that link, well, if you use it before midnight on the 6th of January 2026 to reward those people who were here, you'll be able to get lifetime membership to the Elite Hypnotherapy and NLP Hypnosis Bootcamp, which will give you access to pretty much everything I've ever released over the past nearly 40 years, and it will give you diplomas in the things you're going to see on screen: complete mind therapy, the proven one-session treatment approach for most all habits, addictions, fears, phobias, and other issues from A through to Z. Mind emotion liberation techniques, MELT. Use these techniques to help your clients melt their problems away, often in a matter of minutes. And obviously you're getting, when you join the bootcamp, legal right to use these logos and the sales blurb. I've structured these, look, complete mind therapy, ACMT. It looks like a heart. And the strapline is getting to the heart of your problems. I built in marketing for you in the logos, in the names. Complete mind therapy implies it's complete. There's nothing missing. Mind emotion liberation techniques, melt your client's problems away. Complete unconscious reprogramming of emotional disease and distress equals cured. Use this to give your clients the cure to their problem and help ensure they leave your office cured. In England, at least, and many other places in the world, you're not legally allowed to advertise that you offer cures for things. But you can say you've just earned your diploma in complete unconscious reprogramming of emotional disease and distress, which is known as CURED for short. And then when people come to you, you will use the cure treatment to help them with their problem so they leave your office cured. It means that you can put in the keywords into your website that get it found more. Psychophysio-energetic alignment of changing energies and emotions, peace. Fully qualified peace practitioner. Help give your clients peace of mind and inner peace. Hypnotic override pain elimination. Hope. Use it to help your clients overcome and eliminate pain issues and also to give them hope for a better life. Inner revision therapy. A rapid form of hypnoanalysis to find the root cause of long-term emotional issues and traumas, and then to positively and permanently remove the symptoms and side effects that used to cause the client issues. Virtual gastric band hypnosis, complete mind therapy approach. The far more affordable and also non-surgical and therefore safer alternative to invasive gastric band weight loss surgery. Person-centered psychotherapy, which stands for, the word person stands for positive emotional responses and switch off negatives. Drug release therapy, pay attention because the name of this tells you exactly, and I hope you realise this based on what I've told you about Royle's hierarchy of human needs and removing traumas and stuff. But drug release therapy, DRT for short, but the logo looks like the word dirt, so it's a suggestion. It stands for the letters of drug release therapy. Dissolve regrets and resentment. Understand guilt and grief. Release and reprogram emotional learnings. Eliminate anger, anguish, anxiety, and stress as you strengthen and energize positively. Guess what? That's exactly what it is. Do those things, balance out Royle's hierarchy of human needs, and remove the childhood traumas, and boom, you will release them from their drug addictions. Hypnotic plastic surgery. The non-invasive alternative to cosmetic surgical procedures. You also get the full Hypnotits program to help hypnotic breast augmentation and the HypnoGrow program for penis growth. And yes, there are studies being done to show that this can have an effect, which you will, well, you'll see. It's all part of the bootcamp. The studies are referenced, so you can get the copies of them, download them off the internet and use them as evidence and marketing tools. You'll get your Advanced Master Practitioner of Clinical Hypnotherapy, approved and endorsed by the United Kingdom Board of Clinical Hypnotherapy. You'll get your Advanced Master Practitioner in Neurolinguistic Programming, approved and endorsed by the Neurolinguistic Programming Practitioners Association. You can earn a Celebrity Lifestyle Coaching Practitioner Diploma, Diploma in Past Life Regression and Future Life Progression, Diploma in Advanced Stage Hypnosis, Reiki Energy Healing, Uzi Reiki Levels 1, 2, and Trainers, and you get the full training package. You can also train other people. You can become an Advanced Practitioner of Sane or Mentology, a Master Practitioner of Rapid Instant Change Hypnosis, RICH, to help clients enrich their life with Rapid Instant Change Hypnosis. For the ones who understand and appreciate out-of-the-box marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion, then maybe you'll make benefit of Shitnosis, which you'll see on my website, magicalguru.com. I walk the walk. I don't just talk the talk. I offer Shitnosis sessions, helping my clients to get over the shit in their lives and get their shit together. I also offer the Mind Bleach Mental Antivirus. Bleach stands for buried and laid emotions and energies, altered, accepted and cleansed healthily. Notice I'm telling them the truth of what we do. Royle's hierarchy of needs, trauma release, the shithead protocol, stands for Subconscious Human Interaction Therapy, helping everyone achieve destiny. The magic solution. They want therapy that waves a magic wand. Well, that's mental acceptance, growth, and internal change. We can offer them that, waving a psychological magic wand to make their life better. The SCAT process, subconsciously charged analytical tapping, enabling you to knock all the negative shit out of yourself with meridian energy zones. Yep, the fuck that system. Fully unconscious conditioning knowledge therapy, honouring absolute transformation. Shite, stage hypnotist and international therapist extraordinaire, members area, time transformation therapy and mind hacks to the future. Hypnosis, particularly commercial this year, with all the dangerous, life-threatening Manjaro and other weight loss jabs out there. This is the needle-free hypnotic weight loss hypno mind jab solution. Freeway CER, fast releasing trapped emotions with the arm, change energy routine. You can earn diplomas in all of these. And it's not just training from me. No. There's training from Wilf Archer, Beverly Anderson and the late Tom Bolton, Robert Phipps, television body language expert, Jay Noblezada, Delavar, my original hypnosis teacher, one of them, Wayne Durana, Rachel Horton, Stuart Cassells, Nick Davis, Brian Howard, who we spoke of earlier, Chris Lee, Simon Warner, Richard Haggerty, who was trained by and is a licensed trainer of John Overdurf and Julie Silverthorne, and trained me up to NLP trainer level. And Mr. Paul Gutteridge, who, as it says, is an acclaimed behavioural analyst and body language expert, and he's worked closely with top intelligence agencies. Yes, I mean, you know, your MI5, your CIAs, and all that kind of jazz. Now, I mentioned that it might sound like a sales pitch. It's to show you the benefits, but hopefully you also realise that everything's been done for a reason. The logos themselves are a visual suggestion when people see them on my various websites. The strap lines are a suggestion. Every single thing from beginning to end, my marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion, whether it's for a stage hypnosis show or a hypnotherapy session, is structured so that when they book their therapy session, they believe it will work for them when they've gone through the process with you. Or if they volunteer and step foot on stage, they believe they will be one of the stars of the show. And that's because you've made that safe environment. You built that credibility, certainty, and confidence with the marketing, the advertising, publicity, and promotion, all of which are taught in the bootcamp as well. So if you're not already in the bootcamp, you get marketing tools, you get ready-made promotional videos, press releases, business plans, you get ready-made audio products, PDF, self-help ebooks and stuff that come to you with ready-made websites, so you can create multiple streams of passive income and earn more money potentially while you're asleep at night than most therapists do while they're awake. When I say, and I do on the webpage, ultimatehypnosiscourse.com, when I say that when you become a member of the Elite Hypnotherapy and NLP Hypnosis Bootcamp, you will never need to spend another penny with anyone anywhere in the world ever again on any form of training book, manual, video course, or business building tool, or training of any kind on any of the subjects of stage hypnosis, street hypnotism, hypnotherapy, psychotherapy, counseling, complementary alternative medicine, holistic health, mind control, brainwashing, mentalism, mind magic, magic tricks, or any of the related stuff. It's all laid out on ultimatehypnosiscourse.com. It sounds too good to be true, but it's the bargain of a lifetime at $4,997 or pounds. But that's not what you're paying. It'd be an even bigger bargain at £997, which it is all the time, pretty much on ultimatehypnosiscourse.com. When you take action at the link I put in the chat box, or you can ask me to send you by messaging me on facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. That's my Alex William Smith, and then in brackets, Jonathan Royle profile on Facebook, which is facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. I will send you the link so that for a single one-time payment of less than you should be getting paid per session by your therapy clients, you can become a lifetime member of the bootcamp by paying to get the Cosmic Mind Therapy course for less than £150, but you have to take action before midnight on the 6th of January. If you're already in the bootcamp, or you don't want to join the bootcamp just yet, but remember it will cost you more in the future, you can just get the Cosmic Mind Therapy suite of 16 courses for less than £80 when you take action before midnight on the 6th of January 2026. Otherwise, it'll be at the cost at the links above or below this video. Now, either way, when you purchase the Cosmic Mind Therapy course, whether you do it just for the Cosmic Mind Therapy and the other 16 courses in there with the AI enhanced hypnotherapy certification and tools, or you use the other link so that you pay the just less than £150 before midnight on the 6th of January, where you'll get a lifetime access to the boot camp as well. Yes, lifetime access. Everything I ever release of my own copyright, got to be in my own copyright. That's why a lot of the cosmic stuff's not in the boot camp and never will be. But anything I release of my own copyright in the future gets put into the boot camp. That's why I can say there's nobody on the planet that can offer you a more comprehensive resource. It comes with a full 1 year, 100% satisfaction money back guarantee, by the way. Did I mention that? Because it does sound too good to be true. So just to reassure you, that guarantee says that if you put into action what is taught about marketing, advertising, publicity, and promotion inside the bootcamp members area, the terms and conditions are on ultimatehypnosiscourse.com. But as long as you put them into action in the real world, then you are guaranteed to earn at least 12,000 United States dollars, 12,000 United Kingdom sterling, or 12,000 euros more bottom line profits. That's profits after expenses are paid out in the next 12 months from joining the bootcamp than you did in the previous 12 months. The truth is the sky's the limit. If you apply the things properly, you should quite easily be earning a six-figure income. But I can't say that under advertising laws. And also, you know, I know not everyone will go out into the real world and put these things to use. So that is why I've laid out the terms and conditions on ultimatehypnosiscourse.com. You've nothing to lose, everything to gain, especially when you'll earn your entire investment back with one extra therapy client. Because if you're not charging at least £250 United Kingdom sterling, at least 300 United States dollars or 300 euros per therapy session, then you really need to up your prices and you need to start studying what's in the bootcamp more than ever and using those marketing tools and such not. Anyway, I've got about 10 minutes left. Pitch over, take it or leave it. These offers at this price will never be repeated. 48 hours and counting, boom. Either use the links that are in the chat box and be clear that one of them's a link for existing bootcamp members. So you just get the Cosmic Mind Therapy courses that are not in the bootcamp. And the other link, it says it comes with free lifetime membership to the bootcamp. That's the one to use if you want lifetime membership of the bootcamp as well. Or message me on facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. And I can send you the payment links, but you've got to do it before midnight on the 6th of January, United Kingdom time. So to tie this up, as it were, people on stage, trance levels, it's bullshit. There's only 2 levels of trance, or hypnosis as such. Cooperative or uncooperative. They'll either do what you want them to do or not do what you want them to do in a stage environment. And the only reason they won't do what you tell them to do in a stage environment is if you've not made the environment safe enough for them where they feel that all self-blame, shame, guilt, regret and embarrassment is removed from them, and if you haven't created the environment such that they truly believe that the laughter and applause is appreciation for them rather than humiliation, where you make them feel like they're using their fantastic imagination. It's imagination, not humiliation. It's cooperation, not confrontation. Therapeutically, they've got to believe in you. They've got to have certainty, which they will have with your confidence, charm and charisma if you've used all the things. And ultimately, you've got to balance out Royle's hierarchy of human needs, remove the traumatic programs that are running, and the way to do that I've explained. But what you need is the killer script. Now, there's a lot of people say, don't use scripts. Well, let me tell you this. There's a reason why public speakers script their talks. Yeah, they give themselves leeway so they can ad lib, but they script the structure of the order of what they do, and they have word-for-word sections that they can be flexible enough to move away from, but then go back to. Okay. There's a reason, because then they can be word perfect with it. Then they can also practice the tones and the inflections. On the replay, listen to again, but before then, join the bootcamp, and you'll learn this on much greater depth, and you see me treat actual clients. You become a fly on the wall and see me treat clients with phobias, habits, addictions, fears and phobias. You see dozens of stage shows and I break them down and tell you why I did what I did, why things in the early days of my career didn't work, and then how I solved it and now don't fail, because you can never fail. When you go about things in the right way, if people don't do what you tell them to do on stage, it's never your fault, it's them, because they didn't use the powers of intelligence, imagination, and concentration effectively. If they relapse therapeutically wise, it's because they didn't listen to the audio or they didn't do what you told them to do. It's never your fault. It's all structured so you are the authority figure with confidence, certainty, charisma, charm, and credibility, and proven results. My proven results from magicalguru.com and ultimatehypnosiscourse.com. You can see the testimonials from the TV life coaches, the television celebrity weight loss experts, the famous name television stage hypnotists, the people headlining cruise ships, the people who've won awards at bloody Edinburgh Festival. I've been there, done it, worn out the t-shirt. Again, I'm not saying it to brag, because I'm sort of semi-retired now anyway. I spend most of my time coaching and mentoring people behind the scenes, but they pay me thousands of dollars and pounds to spend days with me doing stuff and working on TV shows. You don't need to. You can have the exact same knowledge, insight, wisdom, and experience, the same marketing, advertising, publicity, and promotional tools that I share with them. They're all in the Elite Hypnotherapy and NLP Hypnosis, Mentalism, Mind Magic, and even fortune telling and cold reading bootcamp. It's all in there. Everything I've learned of worth in my careers in there, as well as valuable stuff from all those other trainers I showed you before, who I bought the rights to various courses off. So this is the most complete package of materials you can get from anyone on the planet. So yeah, you've got to create the environment with permission to change, where they feel safe to change or safe to let the hair down, because they know all self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret is removed from them. I'm looking very quickly at my list of what I said I would teach, and I'm going to tick things off. So it said that I would cover the world's fastest, safest, and most reliable hypnotic inductions. Loads of them in the boot camp, but I've told you the most effective for therapy is to tell them stuff, they imagine it, it becomes reality. Fingers closed together, eye closure, locked hands, then tell them to close their eyes, and just so long, and this is the phrase, just so long as you keep your eyes tightly closed at all times unless I say otherwise, and just so long as you continue, which implies they are doing, continue to use your powers of intelligence, imagination, and concentration effectively, then the work we do here today together will prove to be and continue to be 1,000,000% successful for you. Not yet, if you understand. That's it. As long as you keep their eyes closed, they'll believe that's hypnosis. But we will then do a progressive muscular relaxation for therapy, or on stage we'll go through something like a light and heavy hands, a book and balloon, where we tell them there's a balloon making one arm rise up and another. This one's got books on, leather-bound library books, it's making the left hand go lower and lower. And we just keep talking nonsense until their left arm gets tired because of the position it's in, as if it could have books on there, where it will tire and end up going lower. The right hand might go into the air if they're suggestible, but it doesn't matter. As long as their left arm gets tired and goes down, should you tell them to open their eyes and take a look, they will see a gap. And to them, that says what you suggested, they imagined, it became reality. So yeah, we've done that. Guaranteed to work, convincers, done. How to obtain hypnotic phenomenon in anyone. I mentioned briefly Almond's biggest secret. So let me close the loop on that one. The fact is, I realised that I could go up to somebody on the street and say, "Hi, my name's Jonathan Royle. I'm a professional hypnotist. Have you ever been hypnotised by somebody, a professional like myself?" And I'd point towards me. And if they said, yes, they had, they're immediately saying I'm as good as the person who's hypnotised them before. So arguably, if they consent to be hypnotised, we can just turn around and say, in a moment, when I click my fingers, I'll tap you on the head, you'll instantly, your eyes will close, your heavy head will fall forward onto your chest, and you'll enable yourself and allow yourself to re-enter that state that you've experienced before. Are you up for that? The moment they say yes, they're agreeing to do it, and they will. If they say no, they've not been hypnotized by a professional hypnotist like you, they're still accepting you're a professional hypnotist, and you can clarify, oh, have you ever been hypnotized by anyone who wasn't a professional then? Because that, what a nice person would do, who's showing an interest. In any event, it's framing it so you're the professional. Then you get consent and cooperation off them. Are you prepared to take part in this? If they've not been hypnotized before, do an arm and eye closure bollocks, but looking at the little finger, the hole in their head, As long as they keep staring at that white bright light coming in, they won't be able to open their eyes. At which point you can say, in a moment when I tap you on the back of the head, just so long as you keep your eyes tightly closed at all times, unless I say otherwise, and just so long as you use your powers of intelligence, imagination, and concentration effectively, this will be 1,000,000% successful for you. And then you can take the finger off the head and tap them on the back of the neck, apparently. But actually what you do is this. You gently push their head forward. So with their eyes closed, they feel their head fall forward onto their chest, which is what they expect, going back to giving them the cliched experience from before, and using the voice tones. That's wonderful, fantastic. You're doing so well. As the deeper you go, the better you feel. And the better you feel, the deeper you go, and so on. It said I'd teach the 7 key motivating factors. Well, that's actually the 7 steps of a session we covered, and the 7 elements of Royle's hierarchy of human needs. So yep, done that. Human needs, done that. Childhood trauma, done that. What hypnosis truly is and how it truly works. It's Royle's hierarchy of human needs and trauma. It's whatever you portray it to be with certainty, confidence, and charisma so that the person believes it. Pygmalion, Galatea, Hawthorne effect. Important is that using important seeming ritualistic processes that frankly are just to kill the time so they feel they've got value for money, but also gives them something to buy into and attach importance to so that it becomes a placebo trigger and the placebo effect kicks in. The most powerful healing thing on the planet, as I teach in the boot camp in great depth. We've covered the Pygmalion, Galatea, Hawthorne effect, the totem effect. Is like giving them a lucky charm. Well, that's where your audio recording is. Listen to it every day for the next 28 days. Each and every time you listen to it, it becomes more powerful than if I was in the room with you. The halo effect is that they attach to you the importance of you like being a doctor. The logos in your advertising, the stuff you get permission to use in the boot camp, make this easy for you. Secrets of the stage Fengalis. Well, the secret is this. If you've got the balls to go out on stage, if you watch some of my videos on my Celebrity Hypnotist YouTube channel, if you say what I say in the way that I say it, if you do what I do in the way that I do it on stage, with confidence, certainty, and charisma, and you advertise in the right manner so that they're already in the right frame of mind when they show up, you'll have a successful hypnosis show the vast majority of the time. And I say the vast majority of the time because anyone who tells you there's anything on this planet that works 100% of the time with 100% of the people is talking bullshit to try and sell you stuff. What I'm telling you with the boot camp is that the stuff in there works 100% of the time with 98% of the people. And the couple of percent it doesn't, well, then you use some of the other techniques in the boot camp. You have to be flexible and adaptable. You're never surprised by what happens. If somebody opens their eyes on stage like they've apparently come out of trance, don't look like, oh, fuck, they've come out of trance. You can handle it a couple of ways. You can send them back to the audience and say, go on back and join the other rejects, make them look daft and stupid. So the people on stage with their eyes closed think, I don't want to look stupid. As soon as the audience applauded and laughed and made me feel loved, wanted, needed, appreciated, cared for, cherished and valued, their 15 minutes of fame. Or you can act as though this is perfectly normal. You go, it's okay. You've ever so slightly come out of it, but would you like to carry on taking part? If they say yes, they'll know not to open their eyes again because they may just have slipped up and got curious. So you go, okay, well, this time when you enter trance, whatever you do, don't open your eyes unless I say otherwise. Agreed? When they agree, they'll look a dickhead if they do. There's always ways round it. I covered dozens and dozens of ways of never failing on stage in the boot camp. Therapeutically, again, whatever happens, always react. You react, not surprised. You react like, fantastic. That tells me what I need to know. You react like it's happened a million times before because you're the experienced, knowledgeable person with the expertise. That's why they booked you. That's the halo effect. So you wouldn't be shocked. You've seen it before. Transmit that confidence, certainty, credibility, and calmness. So that has covered everything that was on the Zoom registration link. I'm going to leave you with one final little technique. It's the SUDS technique. Oh, let me tell you, complete mind therapy. Yeah, I tell you, how do you make sure that Royle's hierarchy of human needs is balanced out and the childhood traumas are dealt with. Well, you use Cosmic Mind Therapy version of Complete Mind Therapy. Cosmic Mind Therapy is an upgrade to Complete Mind Therapy, which I devised in 1996. I've used for decades, and thousands of my students around the world have used it with people with habits, addictions, fears, phobias, you name it, with massive success. But it could always be made better for some people needing more than one session. Well, there's reasons for that. Because at one time, my approach didn't include the trauma clearing stuff. It does now, so that we've dealt with that the way I've said. So that obviously made success rate greater. But by making it, Complete Mind Therapy works so well because I came up with a way of doing a session that disassociates from all the past negative energies, thoughts, feelings, energies, emotions, and connections, instills on future paces all the positive motivating factors and things that they need, but also can inbuild pain to push them forward, because people will do more to avoid pain than they will to seek out pleasure, as we covered earlier. It will sort the Royle's hierarchy of human needs, and it'll cover everything I spoke about most of the time with most of the people, after maybe 2 or 3 sessions with some people, with some, the majority, in one. But I wanted it to be even better. And then ChatGPT came along and I started experimenting a little bit under a year ago. And I spent a lot of time on this. And I used to supply my students with a questionnaire they could use with their clients that they'd give them before the session. The client would fill in the answers, and then you'd use the answers they'd given you to events that had happened in their life to create mental images in their mind during the session to anchor pain and pleasure experiences that had genuinely happened to them. So not only are we saying imagine something that isn't real, that they imagine to be real and it becomes real, but then therapeutically, we're taking something that's already happened, was reality, they know to be genuine reality, and using that as an anchor or a trigger to create the change or to cement a change. But I thought it was one questionnaire, so it was quite generalized. With ChatGPT and many weeks and months of work and tweaking, I've been able to put together for you, which is in the Cosmic Mind Therapy package. So if you're already in the boot camp, you'll need to use the link that's in chat or contact me on facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. Do existing owners receive Cosmic? The boot camp's got the AI enhanced therapy manual in, and I think it's got the basic Cosmic Mind Therapy, but it hasn't got the other 14. If you want to be really ahead of the pack, it'd be worth before midnight on the 6th of January investing. It's less than $100. It's $79.96 using the link in chat, or you can email me on Facebook, facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. If it's after midnight on the 6th of January 2026, and someone should happen to see this video, then there may be a link above or below it, but it will cost you more. It's as simple as that. People who are not in the boot camp use the other link and pay just less than 150 quid, and you'll be in the boot camp as well as having all them. So there you go. But do we need to enter a discount code for the free lifetime bootcamp deal above, or just click the link? If you click the link that says it comes with free lifetime membership to the Elite Hypnotherapy and NLP Hypnosis Bootcamp, okay, that's the selfie link that's in chat, and it says it's just $149.55 until midnight on the 6th, then you'll automatically be able to download the 16 Cosmic Mind Therapy courses, and I will get an email notifying me you've signed up there. And then tomorrow morning, I will manually set up your username, your password, and your private members area link for the Elite Hypnotherapy and NLP Hypnosis Bootcamp, and send it to you via the email that you use when you register for the Cosmic Mind Therapy package. Just to clarify that. So here we go. SUDS. Complete Mind Therapy. The next level is Cosmic Mind Therapy. So what I've put together is, in that package, there are questionnaires specifically for cocaine addiction, one for heroin addiction, one for smoking, one for vaping, one for weight loss, one for nail biting, one for spider phobias, heights, you name it. I could be here for the next hour telling you all the different questionnaires. There's dozens and dozens of them for the things that will earn you money. specific questionnaires that, with the help of getting ChatGPT to study all the clinical studies around the world of the top psychologists, this is the beauty of it, right? I have got it to put together questionnaires that, without the client even realizing, give you, by them just answering innocuous seeming questions, give you answers that enable you to be laser targeted in the way you use pain and pleasure therapy, the way you future pace disassociate, basically in the way you do everything in that session with that client. So it couldn't be more specific and personal to them if you tried. But here's the thing. It's all well and good having the questionnaire, but when you get the answers, you then need to be able to interpret them, don't you? That could take ages. We don't want to be spending hours and hours doing this. No! So when they send you back the answers, you upload that document, which they've emailed you, or if they physically gave it you, scan it in your computer and you upload it to ChatGPT, and you use the prompts that are included in the training course. And it then generates, using their answers to that questionnaire, which their answers will be unique and personal to them because it's about life events that genuinely happened to them. It will then do its crunching and come out and give you a version of the complete mind therapy session that's proven itself wonderful for decades with all habits, addictions, fears, and phobias, but which is 1,000,000% specific and personal to them and pushes all their emotional triggers, all their hotspots, both positively and negatively, in the right context, so that you get fast, long-lasting change, so that Royle's hierarchy of human needs are balanced out, so all the traumas are removed, so the personal desktop computer is left running only on positive programs, so that it is a life-changing event for them. That's why it's Cosmic Mind Therapy, and we help you create ETs, extraordinary transformations. I am so happy with the way this has worked out. Also, people, that's for the complete mind therapy approach, as Cosmic Mind Therapy, that's in there. But also there are all the other courses, the Star Wars Mind Therapy, Beetlejuice Mind Therapy, Alien Mind Therapy. These are things that create escapism, like when people watch a film and get caught up in it. Well, that's arguably hypnosis and trance, when they're distracted from somebody saying, do you want a brew? And they suddenly go, what was that? Because they were so absorbed. Well, these fantasy things, if you find out your client, if your client says they're into Star Wars, or you want to market therapy to people at sci-fi Comic-Con conventions, what could be better than being the Star Wars therapist, or the Beetlejuice therapist, or the Umbrella Academy therapist? I give you about a dozen different courses in that Cosmic Mind Therapy thing that, again, have got the Star Wars one's got like 24 different Star Wars therapy techniques in it and how to use them. It's ideal for people who are already into Star Wars. It takes them into a world they already relate to and feel safe with. But by far the best is Cosmic Mind Therapy, the elevation of complete mind therapy, because I give you the prompts to be. I am excited because it takes you no time to email them the questionnaire once they've paid their deposit for the session. Seconds of a job. They do all the hard work answering it. They send it back to you. Depending on which questionnaire you've sent them, will depend on which chat GPT prompt you use from the work manuals in the package. You copy and paste the relevant prompt into ChatGPT and upload their answers. Takes seconds. You can go and make a brew then, or do something else. Check back a few minutes later, and boom, your word for word script is there to use with that client that could not, I guarantee there's no therapist on the planet could create a better, more specific script as easily, rapidly, accurately, and it's fucking mind-blowing. Honestly, it is. And then you use free auto cue software you can get for your laptop, so you can have the words coming up on your screen even if you're on Zoom with a client, so they won't see them, they'll just see you like you see me now, but on your screen you can have the words of the script coming up So you can effectively just read it. Although you won't just read it, because that you will see commas and you will see spaces. And those commas and spaces indicate, depending on the size of them, how long to pause for. Capital letters will indicate to you that your voice raises. Lower cases may indicate a lower tone of voice. Because different tones of voice, different speed and pace, like I spoke about before, can help with embedded commands, which will be built into the script it generates for you. And truly, vibration and frequency, not only is it tying in with their cliches of what they believe, as I spoke about before, but also if you look at the work of somebody like Masaru Emoto, the psychology or the physiology of water, you can look on YouTube, he's done experiments with water, come from the same source. Some of it, he says, I love you, and all positive stuff, and then freezes it. And others he shouts at and says negative things and freezes it. And the structure of it freezes differently based on the intention and the vibration and energy that's transmitted to it. Vibration and energy. Look at cymatics. CYMATICS. There's videos on YouTube. If you put like a load of rice on a drum and have it then vibrated, it will make certain music, will make that rice vibrate and then form a certain image. Whereas rock music will make a different image. Whereas classical will make a different image. This is a visual representation of different voice tones, different paces of speaking. It can have a completely different effect on the person's personal laptop computer and how it's affected. Genuinely. But even if it only makes them believe you're doing it for a reason and triggers the placebo, hey, that's enough, especially when they're getting 1,000,000%. Can never be more specific, personal, and bespoke to them treatment because of the laser-targeted questionnaires you've sent them to complete. And then because of the boom, structure, script, and suggestions and embedded commands and visualizations that are generated to use with that client. And you can do it as a 1-session treatment approach, but there's also prompts and structures there for doing 3-session approaches or 6-session approaches for like heroin addicts, where they want longer term help and support, because that way they feel more loved, wanted, needed, and appreciated. Or, you know, for weight loss clients who do want someone to hold their hand over a period of a few months while they melt that fat away to enable them to fit into their wedding dress or whatever. So yeah, I cannot recommend it enough. It sounds like a sales pitch. It is to a degree, but it's one that you'd be wise to take up before midnight on the 6th of January 2026 by either using the links in the chat here or contacting me at facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, which I'm putting the link there now. You can inbox message me on my Alex William Smith brackets Johnson Royle profile and say, please send me the link. I want the Cosmic Mind Therapy course and lifetime membership to the bootcamp for a single one-time payment of less than £150, but only when you take action before midnight on the 6th of January. Or if you're already in the bootcamp and you just want the AI stuff that will take things to the next level, then obviously that will cost you less than 80 quid, but you'll need to use the other link, which or you'll need to go to the link, and if it's showing the 150 quid price, you'll have to click add to cart, and then as you go through checkout, there'll be a bit for a discount code where you can put in the keyword hypnosis, HYPNOSIS. But that will stop working at midnight United Kingdom time on the 6th of January, and that's only for people who are already in the bootcamp or people who don't want to join the bootcamp. Although why you wouldn't want to join the bootcamp when I've never offered it this cheap before and never will again, I'm basically giving it you. It's beyond me, because there's business building tools, profit producing tools. You get everything that's on ultimatehypnosiscourse.com. So with that in mind, hopefully you realize it hasn't just been a sales pitch. It really hasn't, because I have told you the structure, the key to success in everything I do, stage hypnosis, hypnotherapy wise, and everywhere in the middle, whether it's corporate hypnotherapy speaking or it's sports psychology. It doesn't matter what you call it. You'll see on my website, magicalguru.com, I offer all those services, but they all work for the same reasons. I'm balancing out Royle's hierarchy of human needs, either in the corporate arena or the personal arena or in the entertainment arena. and making a person feel safe, valued, special, and removing all self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret from them. For those of you who are still with me, thank you for seeing it through to the end. To the others, thank you for the time you were here. You'll see that on the replay, and I'll send you the link tomorrow. If I don't manage to get your email off Zoom where you're registered, because, hey, I'm having to relearn Zoom again, apparently. Sorry about the nonsense at the beginning, out of my hands. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you could go to facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. And go to my wall there and publicly post what you thought of this. That would be also massively appreciated. For those wondering how to get back into the bootcamp, go into the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp Facebook group. Click on the featured posts. Scroll down, and about half a dozen down, you'll see the details of how to get back in if your membership has expired and it's not letting you in. Because once you are a member, you're a member for life. But every 12 months, you have to, oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. Thank God for the reminder. Every 12 months, once you're a member of the boot camp, you have to spend $1, about 80 pence, to reactivate your membership for the next 12 months. None of that money goes to me. That's the lowest it can be set at. That goes to the platform, the Yes Course educational platform, where everything, the videos, the audios, the manuals, the books, the business building tools, everything is hosted. But it only allows you to get to them for 12 months, and then you have to pay a nominal $1. 80 pence. Boo! Will it send you a reminder email? No, it won't, but you will have joined the private members group. So when you one day go and try and get in after a year and it doesn't let you, you can message me on Facebook, on my website, or in the members group. Go to where it says featured, click on it, and one of the half a dozen regularly looked at posts tell you exactly how to get back in. And we've got people who've been in there for close to 2 decades now. When I say it's a lifetime membership, it really is. Yes, the catch is it will cost you like 80 pence a year, UK sterling, $1 United States dollars. But none of that goes to me. That's why I say you never pay me anything ever again. So that's it. Thank you for your time. Please leave comments on my Facebook, facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. Thank you for those of you who appreciated learning stuff. Thank you for the positive people who've put up questions that were serious, genuine questions and comments that hopefully I've, in a roundabout way, covered and answered along the way. For those knob drawing idiots that tried to ruin things at the beginning, well, thank God they fucked off. And, you know, karma's a bitch. Life will repay them back. I'm not a tree-hugging, arty-farty, winky-wanky vibrational type, but I do believe you reap what you sow, and people take on board, but you transmit and react accordingly. Hence Pygmalion effect, Galatea effect, Hawthorne effect, all the stuff I've talked about. Thank you. The links are in the chat right now, but when this closes down, they won't be there. So you'll need to contact me at facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist to get a link to make payment to join. And if you have made payment, I'll only find out when I've logged off. You'll be able to access, you'll get an email, check your junk or spam, with the download link for the Cosmic Mind Therapy 16 courses. If you've just bought them, or if you bought them from the link where you also get bootcamp membership, I'll get notified. So then I'll set up your username, password, and members area link for you in the morning and have it with you within the next 12 hours. But in the meantime, you can be looking at the Cosmic Mind Therapy stuff. So I hope you got some value out of this. When I tell you this is what the key crux, obviously there's more to every little element I've told you. And that's what's in the bootcamp. And it's made even easier because of the chat GPT prompts and stuff. And the amazing questionnaires. I'm so excited about it. But genuinely, the key core of it is what I've told you tonight. Is what underpins everything I've done that you see on magicalguru.com and help me achieve what I have achieved. You can do the same. As for getting the replay, message me on facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist for your links to buy the bootcamp or Cosmic Mind Therapy. At the same time, remind me about the replay, and then I'll have all those inbox messages which I'll respond to and send you the links so you can join. But then tomorrow, I'll send you the links to join tonight within the next half hour when I'm downstairs. But then the replay link, when I've uploaded it to a private Vimeo tomorrow, I will send you the replay link by responding to your Facebook message. So yeah, message me, facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. Thank you, everyone. And oh, by the way, if you've got any questions, ask me them on Facebook Messenger as well, or in the Elite Hypnosis and NLP Hypnotherapy Bootcamp private members Facebook group that you also become a member of when you join the bootcamp. Ask in there. Not only then will you get answers from me, but you'll get answers from therapists and stage hypnotists around the world who've been using the techniques I teach, and the other 16 trainers in the bootcamp will teach you, including people who've used them for decades. You'll get answers from them as well. So it's ongoing. You'll never need to spend another penny on continuing professional development or training courses or business building tools ever again. Thank you for your time. Connect with me, facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. Bye for now. Well, good morning, good afternoon or good evening, depending on when you're watching this video made exclusively for Luca Volper Mentalism Products Facebook group. My name, for those of you who don't know by birth, is Alex William Smith, but I'm better known as Jonathan Royle, hypnotist, magician and psychic entertainer of www.magicalguru.com. And over the next 15 minutes, or more like 14 now, I want to give you some directly, rapidly, easily usable, apparently hypnosis techniques. And I say hypnosis with the kind of speech marks because hypnosis doesn't exist. Hypnosis exists only in the mind of the believer. And to make that person believe and be cooperative, because there's only 2 states of hypnosis. Don't get confused by people say there's all different states. There's 2 states only, cooperative or non-cooperative. And to make somebody cooperative, you just need to convince them that you suggest things to them, they imagine them, and then they become some kind of physical reality, like their hands locking together. And once that's happened, and then maybe you do another second experiment and you suggest things, they imagine them, and then they become a reality to them, then they think, pointless overanalyzing this, and they get to a point where their critical faculty, analytical area of the brain, is bypassed, and arguably they are in a hypnotic trance state. It doesn't matter whether their eyes are open or closed. That's irrelevant. It just means that they then do what you do unquestionably. How to get them along that garden path? Well, a few quick ones. Get them to put the hands out in front of them, interlock the fingers of the left hand against the back of the right, fingers of the right hand against the back of the left, thumbs down on top. Get them to put the 2 forefingers out and separate them about a couple of inches, and then to stare directly into your eyes and tell them you'll count backwards from 3 down to 1. Now you're going to do it slower than I am because I'm trying to teach you as much as I can in less than 15 minutes. But you're going to tell them you'll count backwards from 3 down to 1, and on the count of 1, if they concentrate, so if you concentrate, as I'm sure you will, do it with me, you'll find that by the count of 1, your fingertips will be stuck together. They'll have touched together, and they'll indeed be stuck together, locked, glued, welded, cemented. Just so long as you use your powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively, as I'm sure you will. And then you count backwards slowly. So 3, imagining that on the tips of your fingers are the world's strongest magnets, starting to draw your fingers together closer and closer with each second that passes by, with every breath that you take, every noise that you hear, every word that I say, and every thought that you think. As on 2, it's almost as if someone's got a piece of rope and they're tying that rope around your fingertips into a knot and pulling the rope tighter and tighter. So as the knot gets tighter, the fingertips get closer and closer and closer together. And on 1, just so long as you use your powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively, you can find that your fingertips are now touching. Now, for those of you watching this mini lecture, some of your fingertips will be touching, for others they won't, because I've done this incredibly rapidly. The key to this is, okay, the secret you need to know for when you try it, is that just so long as their hands are held, fingers of the left against the back of the right, fingers of the right against the back of the left, palms pressed tightly together, thumbs down on top, and the 4 fingers separated a couple of inches, then in that position, after a certain period of time, the tendons in the back of the hand get tired in the back of those fingers and they will naturally draw together. Just put your hands in that position, separate your fingers and relax. Don't try to stop them going together, and notice that after a while they start to pull together. So you just present this, because after a certain period of time they definitely will be touching. You present this as though you're saying things, suggestions, they imagine them and it becomes reality. The truth is it will, after a certain period of time, end up touching. So you say things like magnets drawing together, piece of rope being knotted. Watch this video back again, I don't need to waste time. The point being that you take something that's guaranteed to work, but apparent suggestions around it, so that when it does work, they come to the conclusion it's because you said things, they imagined them, that become reality. The moment the person genuinely believes that you say things, suggest them, they imagine them, and then they become reality, is the moment you've got critical faculty bypass of the analytical area of the brain, and you've got access to their personal network computer, their unconscious, subconscious mind, call it what you will. Okay? And of course, because you can see their fingertips in front of you, you can talk slower and slower as you count backwards from 3 down to 1 and go at a speed until you notice the fingertips are nearly touching, and then get to the number 1. So you can wait until the fingertips are touching. And the moment they are touching, you can tell them to keep using their powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively. And just so long as you do that, you'll find your fingertips are now stuck, locked, glued, welded, cemented together. Now just try, which is COURES, law of reversed effort, what resists, persists. The word try implies there's a possibility it won't work. So just try to separate your fingertips. The more you try, the more they stick. And naturally in that position, if you tell them to keep pressing their palms tightly together, because they're pressing the palms tightly together, it actually makes it harder to separate the fingertips, because you've got the pressure of the hands there. It detracts the strength from doing the fingertips. Some will separate the fingertips, but don't worry, you just act as though that's perfectly normal and respond with a comment like, great, that tells me what I need to know. Now let's do this, and you go into something else as though it's perfectly normal. As long as you react as though it was always meant to happen that way, then that is the way people will perceive it, and that's what it's all about. Another great one, interlock the fingers, get them to push them away from them like this, up above their heads, and to stare at the back of the hands and keep pushing them high towards the sky, towards the rainbow. You count backwards from 3 down to 1. This time you tell them that on the count of 1, just so long as they use the powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively. The hands will be stuck, fast, tight, locked, glued, welded, cemented together. 3, locked, glued, welded. 2, it's the world's strongest super glue on the back of your hands. On 1, just prove to yourself that all those muscles from the wrist, elbow, shoulders are stuck fast, tight. Keep staring at the back of your hands. Keep pushing your hands, and this is the key phrase, keep pushing your hands high towards the sky, towards the rainbow, and just so long as you keep pushing your hands high towards the sky, towards the rainbow, you will find your hands are stuck fast, tight. Now try, law of reverse effort, separate your hands, and they won't be able to, as long as, and here's the thing, as long as they put their hands together like that, push them away from them like that, put them above their head like that, and push high towards the sky, towards the rainbow, as long as they do that, it's physically impossible in that position to separate the hands until you allow them to relax a bit and lower the hands, when they will separate, which is what you can suggest to them happens next. Or you can go up to them, take hold of them by the wrist, lower their hands down over their face, tell them to follow their back of their hands with their eyes as you count once again backwards from 3 down to 1. So 3, you end up roughly in front of their eyes. 2, you end up so their head's nearly looking downwards. And on 1, you end up so that their head really is looking down at the hands, and then you can tap them on the back of the head and say, close your eyes and sleep. A firm command, sleep. And if you've done a previous thing like getting the fingertips to stick and then the hands to lock, doing that will end up them being compliant and keeping their eyes closed. But you can very quickly use what I call Almond's biggest secret to do a complete hypnosis show. Namely, Dave Almond in his green book, a book called Hypnotherapy, also available with a blue cover, he had a way of helping people with pain control. And that was, as they came into a hospital with burns, he'd go up to them and say, what's your favourite hobby? And the person might say swimming, for example. And he'd say to them, okay, close your eyes, take a nice deep breath in through your nose, and then out through your mouth. In through your nose, and then out through your mouth. And now just imagine your most pleasurable day swimming. And just so long as you keep swimming in your mind's eye, you'll feel no discomfort whatsoever. And these people, because they have such wonderful state-dependent memory learned behaviour, anchored conditioned responses to their genuine daily life experiences of swimming, those were all conjured up, those thoughts, feelings, emotions and memories by doing this, and that helped create pleasurable stuff and distract from the pain. And this got me thinking, hang on a minute, Alman is a genius. It's that phrase, just so long, because as you do this, it will work for you. It implies that if it doesn't work, it's their fault, and anyone watching will then perceive it that it's the person's fault on stage for doing something wrong, not you as the hypnotist. And that's combined with the fact that early on you will have told them that just so long as they use their powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively, then this will be successful for them. So it will be perceived, if it doesn't work, that they're thick, stupid, no intelligence, no imagination, no concentration. So it puts them in a position where they're more socially compliant and they feel they have to do it. But then you can take them by the hand, quite literally, put their hand on a wall, or stuck to a wall, hold it against a wall, tell them to hold it there, and you'll count from 3 to 1. On the count of 1, just so long as they concentrate, they'll find that on the count of 1 the hand will be stuck, fast, tight, locked, glued, welded, cemented to that wall, or that lamppost, or that chair, or whatever. And then you can imagine the world's strongest super glue, the world's strongest magnets, turning off all the strength of the muscles in the hand, whatever nonsense you want to say as suggestions. And then when you get to 1, you're going on 1. Keep believing in the world's strongest super glue. Keep believing in the magnet sticking your hand to the lamppost, the wall, or whatever. Keep believing in all those things. Keep using your powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively. And now just prove to yourself you've done this correctly. Prove to yourself you've turned off all those muscles in your hand, and prove to yourself your hand's locked and you can't take it off. At this point, they either take the hand off the lamppost, but you don't look to blame, because to the audience it means that person's not done it correctly, they didn't use their intelligence, imagination and concentration, and it's their fault, not yours. Or, as happens the vast majority of the time, and the more you do it, the more you'll find you get the result you want, especially if you've previously done a fingers closer together, magnetic fingers or a locked hands like that, is that the hand will act as though it's stuck and they're not able to pull it off. Or it could be the hand stuck to the head. Or you could even tell them, for example, to close their eyelids. Turn off all the little muscles to their eyes. You count backwards. 3, it's almost as if all the muscles are turned off. 2, the lock glued weld is cemented on 1. Keep believing in the world's strongest glue, sticking them together. And now just prove to yourself you've turned off all those little muscles. Just prove to yourself your eyelids are locked, and just try, law of reversed effort, just try to open your eyes. But prove to yourself you've done it correctly. Prove to yourself you've done it correctly. They're in a bind. To prove to themselves they've done it correctly, to prove to themselves they've got intelligence, imagination and concentration, to look good in front of everyone and to feel good about themselves, they have to act as if, it's almost as if, and that's a phrase I use on 3, imagine it's almost as if your eyes are locked, glued, welded, cemented together. And just so long as you use your powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively, this will be wonderful for you. And on 1, just prove to yourself you've done it correctly. Use your powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration. Keep believing in those things. Prove to yourself you turned off all the muscles. Now just try to open your eyes, or try to take your hand off the wall where it's locked, or just try to say your name and notice you can't. It's on the tip of your tongue, but it's gone. It can be literally anything. By using that technique, which I call Alman's biggest secret revealed, you can lock their foot to the floor, hand to the head, stick them to a wall, you can get them to forget their name, playing cards, colours, anything you've ever seen a stage hypnotist do, you can pretty much do using that technique because of the psychology, which will make even more sense when you play this back and watch again. I've got literally a couple of minutes left, so I would encourage you, if you want to learn more, that I've got a complete step-by-step free training course, 12 hours of video in all areas of hypnosis that can be used for therapy, stage, entertainment, demonstrational purposes, available at EliteHypnosisBootCamp.com, and 3 complete training manuals on stage hypnosis, street hypnotism, therapy and all things hypnotic, available from Royle, TempleTraining.com. That's R-O-Y-L-E, Royle, Temple, T-E-M-P-L-E, training.com. all as one word. My main website's magicalguru.com, where there is a shop. I'll leave you with this one last thing. If you get somebody to stand there with their feet together, okay, toe to toe, heel to heel, feet together, legs together, hands by their side, and then get them to put the right arm out in front of them, straight, put their thumb up in the air and stare at their thumb, and then rotate on the count of 3 from their waist and follow their thumb with their eyes and their head. So it will look like this. 3, 2, 1. Follow your thumb with your eyes and your head. Going further, further, and stop the moment it becomes uncomfortable to go any further. Remember what you can see in the background. So to me, I see a certain point on the wall. And then you tell them to move back to where they were. Now just close your eyes. Imagine doing it again, rotating at the waist, following your thumb with your eyes, and as you do, you get to that point where you were in the past, the point where you were stuck. And now you notice, Lord, that something that may have apparently been impossible in the past is about to prove itself to be so ridiculously easy. You can go further and further with the greatest of ease. Nod your head when you've imagined that in your head, and once they nod their head, you know they've imagined it. And by this point, you've already got them to the point where they believe you say stuff, they imagine it, and it becomes reality. So they open their eyes, and you say to them, great. Now this time, I'm going to count to 3. On the count of 3, I want you to rotate at the waist again, keeping your feet together, toe to toes, heel to heel, legs together. Rotate only at the waist. Move your arm and thumb in a clockwise direction and follow it with your eyes just as far as you can. And it will look something like this. 1, 2, 3 now. Whoa! And as you can genuinely see, it's gone way much further. And that will genuinely happen every time. They will be amazed and go, wow, that's amazing. At that point, you could literally go up to them and get hold of them and go, sleep! Because in that moment of shock, disorientated and confused, it's perfect time. But basically, watch this video back, and my 15 minutes is just overrun. And you'll see that the reason it works is because the first time you tell them to follow their thumb with their eyes and their head. So they have to stop here because they're not an owl. They can't turn their head any further. The second time, after that short time delay and the stuff we've just said, watch the video again, you tell them to follow their thumbs with their eyes. Their thumb with their eyes. Well, look. When they get to here, they can't go any further with their neck, which is what was first time, but they can move their eyes to follow the thumb. Try it yourself and you'll see it works every time. My name's Alex William Smith, aka Jonathan Royle, and thank you. That's my time. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when you're watching this video. I'd like to introduce you to MELT. That's right, M-E-L-T, MELT. What's it stand for? Well, it stands for Mind, Emotion, Liberation, Techniques. Okay, that sounds pretty funky and fancy. Well, let's decipher. Mind, as in the way you think, what's in your head. Emotions is, some people narrow that down as being the E for energy, and then the word motion, energy in motion. It's a feeling, it's a movement. Liberation also means freedom, letting go. For example, letting go of a problem, and techniques is literally what it is. There's more than one way of achieving this and doing it. So I came up with the name MELT. So you can help your clients melt their problems away. They can just let things go as they melt away and feel good, for example. Now I'm talking in this term so you pick up and get the idea of the opportunities. Because with this video you'll see there's various logos that have been designed where the word MELT, M.E.L.T, has for example been made out of letters that are like ice that's melting, with underneath in brackets mind, emotion, liberation, techniques. Making a logo you can use on your website and your advertising stuff to make you stand out from other hypnotherapists that don't offer MELT as a technique. I think it's the perfect add-on to my CMT, Complete Mind Therapy, which you can learn about in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. Details of which obviously with this video I'll just go to elitehypnosisbootcamp.com. It's an add-on, but it's something that can be used individually and separate as well. There's 3 main elements of MELT, okay? Technique number 1 I use is something that in the past I used to refer to as CMT tapping, Complete Mind Therapy tapping, or Complete Mind tapping, which is an easy way of doing meridian therapy. Now the way to remember this is to, well, let me show you where I get people to tap.
I get them to tap 3 times because 3 is the magic number, okay? So it's 3 times here, tap, tap, tap. 3 times here, 1, 2, 3. 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 Then we get them to hum happy birthday. And that's essentially the order of the tapping. But before we do that, as with any of these melt techniques, we quantify how much of an issue their problem is by using suds. So that's a scale of how bad it is, okay? Now the way we do this is we say to them, okay, thinking about it right now, that habit, fear, addiction, phobia, whatever the problem issue is, or emotional trauma, whatever it may be, we say thinking about that on a scale of 0 to 10, with 10 being at the top, the worst it ever was, like pulling your hair out, really terrible. How high up that scale is it? And you get a number from them. Then you do the melt technique. In this case, it was a tapping one, so tap, 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 hum happy birthday. And then we get them to try itself is the law of reversed effort, NLQ, which implies they won't be able to, okay? We get them to try and feel that way again, and they'll notice that it feels different, and we can then immediately ask them, you know, on a scale of 0 to 10, with 10 being at the top, the worst it ever was in the past, when it was really at its worst, and 0 down here being nothing, gone completely, how much lower down now is that number? And more often than not, I'll give you a number that's lower, which serves as proof to them that it's less of a problem, and a change is genuinely taken place. Now it may go to 0, in which case problem's solved. But you may need to use, if say it was at a 9 and then goes to a 7, you may then need to use a second melt technique, that's why there's 3 different ones, to bring the number down again. Or it may then go to 0. That's why there's 3 techniques, so you can work them down to 0. Now sometimes it's enough to get them to just a lower number, because you can say, you know what that number, as you think about it, is that at a level that you feel comfortable continuing your life with? And if it was an emotional trauma, they might go, actually I can deal with that now at a number 2. So you might not even need to get it to a 0. But if you do, you just keep going. Because each time their number gets lower, the more they come to believe that this is working, and the more likely it kicks in the placebo effect and the powerful effect of ritual. But the key to this is the sub-state, okay? Look back at the video again, but I'll briefly explain. You can watch it as many times as you want, but there was a trick involved. The first time we want to prompt them to give a really high number, and the way we do that is with the physical, non-verbal suggestions. So we go, imagining your problem at the worst it ever was and has been and is at this moment, with 0 at the bottom here being no problem, going all the way up to 10, the worst it's ever been, the worst it's ever been, where it felt really bad, like pulling your hair out really bad. How high up is that number? And you notice that we've gone from 0 up to 10. How high up is it? How bad is it pulling you out? We're practically saying, give us a high number. Then we do the ritual, which because it's a ritual seems important. So people buy into it and believe it, and because of that belief, it kicks off the placebo effect. They expect it to work, so it does. Combined with the fact that then we say, now just try to think of it the way you did in the past, implying it's in the past and no longer like that. And then we go, so, on a scale of 0 to 10, with 10 up here being the worst it ever was in the past when you rip your hair out, or when you used to rip your hair out, and 0 down here, 0 being nothing, gone completely. How much lower down is that number now? And you can see all the physical actions are implying. Watch that back a few times and you'll soon get the hang of it. And when they say a lower number, they're basically saying it's changed for the better, which then means they believe a genuine change has taken place, and then arguably, when they believe it has, because it's all about just manipulating their belief systems. So, that we use before and after every melt technique. Now, technique number 1, as I say, is the CMT, complete mind tapping, which I remember as simply as this. We tap 3 times at the spectacles, or the third eye, the testicles, or rather just above the groin area, wallet, right hand side, shoulder area, and watch the left hand side shoulder area, then the top lip 3 times, can't believe I'm getting away with this, and then we get them to hum happy birthday, because it's practically your birthday, you're getting paid to do a weird psychological ritual. So we put it together and we get them to go tap tap tap, 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 and then it can be helpful to tell them just to blink twice, or 3 times ideally, because everything's been in 3. So blink, 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 and then breathe out. Because breathing out is like a sigh of relief, it gives a physical feeling of letting go, it's a metaphor, and then immediately go, now try to think of the problem you once had in the past, the way it used to be. Past, used to be, all implying it's been left behind, and try implying you no longer can do it. And then you go into your suds thing. 10 is as it was in the past when it was at the worst, 0 down here, nothing, gone completely, how much lower is it? That's step 1 of melt. So, step 2 of melt, or rather technique 2 that I use, is quite literally what I remember, the way I remember it is to change everything. So what I say to the client is, it doesn't matter whether they've got a fear, habit, addiction, phobia or whatever, I just kind of say to them, okay, John, assuming their name is John. John, just close your eyes, take a few moments, take a nice deep breath in through your nose, then out through your mouth. In through your nose and then out through your mouth. It just helps oxygenate the bloodstream and genuinely does help them feel as though they're relaxed a bit, because then that makes them feel good and they feel like something's taking place. So now what I'd like you to do is just take a few moments to get a sense of a feeling in your body where, when you think about that problem you had in the past, and I'm saying had in the past, it implies it's already becoming more disassociated, but I say when you think about that, okay, somewhere in your body you'll get a feeling, and I want you to put your hand on there on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, quite often they do put it around the chest area or somewhere on the body, but it doesn't matter. I've had it where they put the hand on the leg, on the arm, on the head. It really doesn't matter where. You work with it and react as though it's the most natural thing on the planet, and that always happens. Just that natural, and they'll believe that's what's meant to happen. So we say, put your hand on the count of 3 in the area onto the area of your body where you get that feeling. 1, 2, 3. Fantastic, and then put their hands somewhere. And then we say, brilliant, John, what I'd like you to do now is just imagine that where that feeling inside you is an object, okay? Now this can be any shape, any size, any colour, any texture that you desire. Whatever feels right for you, but at the moment, obviously, it's a little bit broken, a little bit malfunctioning, because you don't really want this problem, habit, fear, addiction or phobia. Obviously, you say things that are appropriate to fit. So what we need you to do on the count of 3 is just imagine taking hold of that object and pulling it out of your body with your eyes tightly closed. But imagine and physically make the movement with your arm. 1, 2, 3. And you get them to move their hand as though they're pulling out an object. And then you say to them, okay, John, in your mind's eye, look down and imagine it's almost as if, and we say almost as if, so that if they're not wonderful at visualising things bright, it doesn't matter when we say it's almost as if you can see it, because if they can't see it and they're just thinking about it and saying it to themselves, that's fine, because it's almost like anyway, so it always seems right. So it's almost as if, as you look down with your eyes closed and that object is pulled out, you can get a sense and a feeling of what size it is, what shape it is, what colour it is, what texture it is, what it smells like, what it tastes like, and how it moves. As you probably guessed, by getting them to say these things to them, to get them to imagine its size, its shape, its colour, how it tastes, smells, feels. Does it have a sound or anything? We're using what in NLP they call VACOG, visual, auditory, kinesthetic, factory and gustatory. So whatever their representational system is, it's guaranteed to be covered in there. But also, we're using everything that's possible. Now essentially as the key, you're just going to change everything. So you ask them in a way that feels right for them to change the colour of the object, whether that's by painting it, or adding sticky back plastic, or gluing coloured paper onto it. It doesn't matter, whatever feels right for them. Change the colour of it to a colour they know will no longer ever bother them, worry them or concern them as it once did in the past. Get them to imagine that and then get them to nod their head or say yes when they've done it. You then get them to imagine changing the texture of it. So if it used to be rough, they're going to make it smooth. If it used to be prickly, they might want to make it shiny. It's up to them, but they take whatever texture it was and change it. So if it was rough, they might imagine using sandpaper to smooth it. If it was prickly, they might imagine taking scissors and cutting the spikes off. But you use the phrase in a way that feels right for you. Change the feeling of that object so that you know it can no longer bother you, worry you, or concern you. Then you get an affirmation of yes. You do the same, so change the colour, the texture. You get them to change the shape of the object by moulding it or hitting it with a hammer or with welding equipment, cutting it apart and fixing it into a different shape. However, the more bizarre the image, the better it will work. And always we use the phrase in a way that feels right for you. And we go through with everything. So also, what's it taste like if you were to lick it? What's it smell like? Change the smell. Maybe with air freshener, maybe by covering it in flowers or using a magic smelly paint. So that we change everything. The size of it, the colour, the shape, what it feels like, tastes like, smells like, and looks like. And when we got them to change all those and they confirm they've done it to a manner that's right for them, we then tell them they need to put it back into the place where they took it from, where it once in the past, again, saying we're leaving it behind, where it used to bother them, but now in a manner where it feels right for them, they need to place it back in. And finally, they need it to move in a different direction than it did before. So it's got a different movement, one that's positive, uplifting, successful, happy, calm, relaxed and content for them in a way that feels right for them. We leave all the decisions to them because their unconscious mind will make the right decision for them. And at which point, they've changed it. It's moving in a different direction, it's a different colour, a different shape, a different texture. Everything's changed, that's why it's called change work. And ultimately, then you get them to open their eyes, blink 3 times, breathe in, and then just let it all out, letting go, and then you do the 0 to 10 thing again, which you can watch the video back from the beginning and learn the psychological ploys behind that ensure the number goes down, convincing them they've made a change, which means it does become their reality. Melt technique number 3 is literally melt. You get them with their eyes closed to take a few nice deep breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth. This can be done in a hypnotic trance, or it can be done literally just by asking them to close their eyes and take a few nice deep breaths in through the nose and then out through the mouth. And you ask them to think of that used to bother them, the emotional issue, or the habit, addiction, fear or phobia, whatever it may be, you get them to think of it and to give it a name. Now, if it's for weight loss, it might be naughty foods. It doesn't matter what the name is they come up with, whatever feels right for them. So they come up with a name, and then ask them to imagine it as almost as if they can see that name spelt out in giant 3D ice sculpture letters in their mind's eye. And now we know whatever way feels right for them, whether it's using a blowtorch, wood, petrol and a lighter, a fire, a bonfire, a blowtorch, maybe radiators, or household heaters. It doesn't matter, however bizarre it may be. They imagine in their mind's eye heating up that ice sculpture so it starts to melt. So in their mind they visualise the word that symbolises that problem they used to have, that issue they used to have that used to bother them. They visualise it melting. And you tell them to take a few moments to do that, and then you go, I'm going to count to 3, on the count of 3 it's going to melt 100 times quicker. 1, 2, 3, and melted. Really rapidly melting, quicker and quicker and quicker. And you verbally guide them into it melting more, and then you say, and it's almost melted completely, and you notice that on the floor, it's almost as if there's a grid or a drain, holes in the floor where that water can drain away completely, so it can go completely, gone forever, so it can no longer bother you, worry or concern you as it once did in the past. Not yet if you understand, and tell me when that water's drained away, gone completely, which they end up doing, and then you can tell them to take a few moments to just open their eyes, come back to the room, blink 3 times, take a nice deep breath in through the nose, and then just let it all out. And then you do your 0 to 10 again and prove to them how the number's gone down lower. That's melt technique number 3. And finally, melt technique number 4, which is more relevant to instilling a new future, is to have them imagine in their mind's eye, with their eyes closed, a big huge block of ice, and to imagine in a way that feels right for them, whether it's using a chisel and a hammer, or it's using a blowtorch or whatever, melting or chipping away at the ice to make a 3D symbol, whether that be a word, if they want, or an image that represents their perfect future, the perfect them. And that when they've got that image there, and it means to them internally, that image in their mind's eye, it's almost as if it means to them as 100% total reality that X, Y, and Z, whatever they desire, will occur and become their reality. Then you tell them in their mind's eye to imagine encasing that ice sculpture into a freezer, you know, like a fridge freezer, in a way that feels right for them, and then do up the combination on the safe, or a padlock on it, or welded clothes, or whatever, however daft it may seem to other people, whatever feels right for them is what's going to be right for them, so that they know positively and truly within themselves that nothing can ever alter that or affect it, and it will grow stronger and more positive in their life. You could, of course, also get people to imagine, maybe, to get rid of a problem from the past, a thermometer, and at the moment, the more that it's an issue, obviously the temperature will be quite high on the thermometer, so then you could get them to imagine putting ice cubes and cold water sprayed onto the thermometer, which would make it cold, so the temperature would drop, and as the temperature on the thermometer drops, so in reality as an automatic reflex action, as they imagine that dropping on the thermometer, so in reality, in real life, they feel that it drops and it no longer bothers them, worries them or concerns them as it once did in the past. In other words, the term MELT, M.E.L.T., mind emotion liberation techniques, although used by me with the complete mind tapping, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, also used by me by the changing everything, and also taking the ice word and melting it, or creating the ice sculpture, or making the temperature drop with the ice. There are different ways I use it, but also it can be an idea for you to create your own techniques that you can use. It's about getting people to believe, going through a believable ritual, and because they're going through a ritual, they believe it's real, and because they believe it's real, they come to believe this will work for them. And the more you non-verbally suggest things have changed, which those techniques do, watch them back again, you'll see the non-verbal suggestions, and also use terminology like, when it used to bother you in the past, which is a suggestion that's now gone, the more these things will work. The things I used before, or sometimes independently of my complete mind therapy, which you obviously can learn in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. Hope you've enjoyed this. There's some further detail in the accompanying PDF, but the great thing is you've now got a certificate that you can use that says you are a MELT practitioner. You can help melt your clients' problems away with mind emotion liberation techniques, and there's various logos you can use on your website. Thank you for studying this. Have fun with Mel. Let us know your ideas on how to expand on this. So there you have it. Hopefully now the picture is complete for you, as it were. If you're watching the replay and you got this via email, then you will have discount codes that are valid till midnight on the 6th of January 2026. For some reason you're coming across this, I don't mean coming, I don't mean anything, wait, no, stop making up your own jokes. Nothing to do with cocks, balls, nothing like that. But if you are coming across this video in some other way in the future, then there may well be discount links above or below, but be aware they will be more expensive than if you'd actually been there at the event. But positively, it will still be a happy ending for you because it will be massively reduced in price from what the normal retail price is.